champion strength. Like, Corki is one of the strongest members on the Rift right now. Obviously, the Graves is in a pretty good spot too. Across the board, though, I was excited to see this Lee Sin and... Oh! Teleport.
Well, you mentioned how strong they were. The Corki is there. Rattling gun off. So much damage to Drunkard. Jump in. Trying to steal it. He can't. He tried to do the unstoppable, the unthinkable. Elena, without a smite, trying to steal. It's happened before. I'm sure it will happen again. But that's not going to be without the Chosen One. Looking to try and deny somebody's Baron buffs. There's Moana, of course, to disengage away. 4 members strong. Run back topside. Still have a tier 1 there. Hugging themselves in that brush. And looking to sidestep all the skill shots thrown their way. And there's a lot of them, but they've managed to hang on.
That was just such a good, decisive shot call, right? I mean, they just pulled the trigger on the Baron, they had the package, and that's kind of the thing that Corki enables you to do. Every time the package is up, you get complete control of one side of the map, wherever that Corki goes, because you don't want to fight on like a little mini, I guess, burn, if you will, because you just can't. And I mean, he probably even used the package to help with taking down the Baron, and shredding that one down, so all of a sudden, no Honor again, in control of this one. Nice riposte.
Gone in an instant.
Shockwave.
Fantastic for man. Shockwave, no flanking angle just yet as Runts rocks up and comes on through and says, I'm Corki, what are you going to do about it? And so far, it looks like TCO are going to say nothing because everybody's grouped up mid. Now we're seeing Aurelia start to pull away and realizes that actually, hang on a minute, have I just baited my team? That's going to be a 4v5. That's going to be the first kill found here by Resilience, who takes up the Blitzcrank. It's not going to be about him over-compromising, falling on down, and mid lane is ending up trading kills as Joke is the final one. Ganker groups up, flashes forward, looks to find another. He's not satisfied with 1 kill, he wants a double kill, and that's what he'll find. Now looking for the perfect ace as he chases on through to try and take down Australia, who's going to jump on through and remove Drunkard in the process. It's a trade, multiple trades, but not enough sustain, even with cannons inspired.
Thought he actually might be able to turn that one around, but the Brawn proc stunned him up there, wasn't able to auto-attack. And I mean, that's just, I guess the hidden MVP of those skirmishes has to be Joker. These Orianna shockwaves are just doing so much work. Yes, he's not picking up the kills, but that's because on the front end, on the back end of that, Ganker is just absolutely cleaning up. And we were excited to see this Lee Sin, and it's really just coming to fruition. There's so much mobility, so much damage with this Ghost Blade Black Clover build. Another shockwave lands. Dragon goes over to Orianna as well.
Actually gone up to TCO. Yeah, they picked this one up right now. Hook goes out, looking to try and find it, but that's a Blitzcrank that has no team to back him up and find those kills with. So he's just going to die as a result, whilst Resilience had a really rough laning phase. He's truly making up for it now. Multiple killing sprees, and this time he gets himself a triple kill, but not before Yanni says, have some of this. I've got a triple kill too. And it's just as chaotic as it comes, and we might not be done just yet.
He can fight that in the minion waves, right? Obviously, the Graves auto attack can't really auto you through the minions, but Drunkard doing the discipline thing and then just walking that one away. Couple kills picked up on the back end, but Skimmy, there's nothing to write home about, right? Like, if you look at the gold lead, it's just 1k difference. It's just going to come down to execution, and at the moment, it's the Chosen One that's executing. But again, you can't really rest, right? When you have the Fizz, when you have the Graves, the Corki, it's so much volatility that they're able to just delete anyone on the map.
Certainly nowhere near as close as it was in the game 1. We got a game in our hands. This really could go the distance. I mean, but this is Resilience coming into this one and saying, all right, I've got a couple of items. I've got a bit of critical strike. I've got those grievous wounds. Basically, come at me.
I love that skin, by the way.
Very good, eh?
With the package, he's just floating. Look at him.
It's my favorite one, bro. It just looks so good.
Yeah. So it looks like now the Chosen... Yeah, it has to be. Some skins make you play better instantly. So it's like a lot of control here for the Chosen One. I mean, what, 3 minutes ago, no Honor were the ones with the control around that Baron buff, and they were able to just do that without any contest. But it looks like the Chosen One have really learned their lesson.
They've had a very fixed firm on controlling this mid lane. And now, a bit of a difference in item choices. If you look on the side of No Honor, they've got themselves more teleports, but that's not going to account for much. If you get caught off in these side lanes, Fiora will run you down, will shut you down, and will prevent you being the menace that we know he can be. On the flip side, though, to my point, TCO, triple Zonias.
Yeah, triple Zonyas, you're right. And obviously not valuing the teleport as highly as the side of No Honor. You know, they have two TPs there, so... I thought maybe, you know, when they sent multiple members to kill the Graves there, they were going to try and take the Baron buff, but they just got caught trying to rotate to the play that was already lost. And just feels like the Chosen One are kind of wrangling control of this game the longer and longer it gets. Like, they're the ones being proactive. And to be honest, it's all off the back of the ganker, right? Like, he is the man that's not on the Baron buff, farming mid-wave.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's an assassin, Lee Sin, certainly not a tank. He can one-shot you. He's got himself a GA as well now. And once again, he is on the flank. The Baron dance begins. Down to 50%, but TCO, the one still in the driving seat. The flank angle is there. Ganker looking for the kick. Finds his target. Shockwave locks him in place. It's Resilience that picks up the kill. The kick goes out. The Q to follow. Sonic Wave to execute. And the Zonyas that will be preventing the inevitable. 2 members left of No Honor.
Oh, the Aurelia!
Hoping that they can do a few outplays of their own, and Australia is the man with the mission, with the plays, and without any CC, can outplay. He gets himself a double, hoping for the triple. Might look to try and snag that one away from Yanni. Lines up the stun, and guarantees the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chosen One, they just burnt all of their cooldowns on the Fizz, on the Corki, on the Blitzcrank, and Australia just came up from behind and really took over the fight. He actually played it very well in terms of the mechanics department. He was able to land the Aurelia stun just after the Fiora's riposte. And then we're seeing how strong Yanni is on these Graves. He actually just 1v2'd on the back end with the Kai'Sa going down as well. So it just feels like you really have to take the Graves and the Aurelia down first and save the cooldowns for the rest of them. But it's going to be a Dragon going across as well.
Look how much lifesteal they have, these two. They are just smashing through this Dragon without a care in the world. No worries about what it can do there or in health bars. The itemization that they both have clearly catering to that just a fraction more. This may just tie us up at 2 Dragons apiece. An Elder soon to spawn right after, but the fight will break out. And already, Blue's fallen on down. They don't have a Braum. A 3-man Shockwave with no follow-up. It's just a tickle to their HP bars. And No Honor with a Baron buff. Might look now, trying to siege up and get some supers.
He's just diving. And they end here on this push. They have the Baron buff.
Big questions now.
This is the
Baron buff still available. Going for the ends. They're on towards the Nexus. They need to all in on this one right now, which Chum the Water soaks up the majority of the damage. It's just gone. It's just over. No Honor are going to claim the victory here, and what was a close game until that Baron buff. But they'll lead this best of 3 in the second round, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, and that was just a really backwards and forwards game. And I mean, I don't know about you, Skimmy. We didn't really know who was going to win at any point.
No.
It really looked like it looked like the Chosen One made the picks to secure the Baron at the end there, but it just got turned around from a pure display of skill, and it was just honestly a mechanical outplay. Mechanical outplay in the skirmish off the back end, and they were able to really just clean that one up.
And it's everything you wanted, really, from the drafts that these two teams presented. It was very bruiser heavy. It was very mechanical check heavy. It was a lack of tanks in that regard, all about the damage. And it felt like a game determined, really, by the 2 junglers. It started with Gank on the left-hand side for the Chosen One, who got the ball rolling. But ultimately, Yanni, with No Honor, was enough to get them across the finishing line. That just sort of showcases you how close this game was. 40 kills evenly shared between the 2 of them. But a single Baron buff and a respawn time, and it's just too much to come back from, seemed to be enough.
Yeah, and I mean, once you get that Baron buff, consider it the second Baron of the game too, right? It wasn't just like it was the first Baron and they pushed an end. With the second Baron, they were able to just push down mid, and, you know, they were waiting the death timers, but at a certain point you have to go. You know, you don't have the luxury of waiting, especially when your Nexus is being hit and the super minions as well. So it was just a really good decision and a good force. Now, you'd have to feel a little bit hard done by if you're Ganker, right? Like, he had such a good early game. And yeah, Yanni and Australia were just really the ones farming. And they were farming and they were biding their time and waiting until the next team fight that they could influence. And, you know, at the end, they just found the flank.
They had the most gold in the game. And ultimately, those 2 in particular, with the TP advantages, decide we'll group up rather than split push. And we'll get the job done. They were enough to put them across that finishing line. And just look at the damage breakdown. It speaks for itself, quite honestly. You can see that Joker was putting in a lot of work there with his command attack and as well as those shockwaves, but ultimately, it just felt like they ran out a little bit of steam, and with the sustain and with a lack of CC to punish the likes of Graves and Aurelia, they ran riot.
It just feels like maybe in terms of draft, they lack a little bit of damage. Now, in the sense that, well, Kai'Sa was falling down pretty early in a lot of the team fights, right? As you can see by the numbers she put out there, she wouldn't be too happy with that. You know, only 12k coming on out. So then once the Kai'Sa falls down, you know, the Graves, just in terms of how his passive and his base stats work, is gonna be quite tanky when coming up against the Lee Sin, right? In terms of the 1v1, in terms of the skirmishes, and that's kind of what we see here. Yanni was able to just sustain through it all and remain consistent and just consistently put out the DPS, especially with the itemization too, having inbuilt tank stats, having the inbuilt damage. It was able to just really make a stamp of authority on that game.
I mean, it was a bit of a field day for him, right, as you say, because he could just dash into the opposition, get that armor, and just say, let's go, let's have at it. Here's some of the replays, because there was, as you say, really, multiple moments that could have swung the balance of this game either way. It was pretty much down to that final play at the Baron until we really knew who was going to come out on top.
Well, this was a Baron buff that was wasted by No Honor. You know, this is where I started to thought, okay, you know, they're in a bit of trouble now, because if you can't win a fight with the Baron buff and you're losing, then, you know, and you're getting aced, I don't see a way in which that you maybe come back into this game, right? But they kind of just thought it out. They didn't lead too much in terms of gold, and they were really able to just find these fights, right? Where, yeah, sure, he falls down, but you're able to get kills onto the Corki, kills on waves, and this is where I think Yanni really started to take over the game, right? Picks up a kill here, picks up another kill, gets the farmer wave, so he's getting all this gold. He just got an influx of gold, and here, I actually thought it was the Chosen One that were going to win. I mean, look at this. Look at the health bars.
2v4.
Watch the Aurelia.
They just don't care, do they? They literally rock up.
Yeah.
Since you take left side, I'll take right. We'll win our 1v2s. And then we'll group up, give each other a high five, and end the game.
Maybe that's where they'll be kicking themselves, though, in terms of the fight. Maybe that's where they really wish they didn't separate and create 2 or 3 different fights. You know, and maybe this was I guess the bane of their demise. But I mean, what this says to me is that Yanni and Australia are 2 of the, I guess, the mechanically gifted players on this team, and they need to keep their eyes on them coming into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Chum the Waters certainly had his own fair bit of fun, and whilst his KDA is probably not as reflective on sort of the impact he had, I think he had a really good job of crashing out waves, forcing the opposition elsewhere, rotating down to be at bot or top, finding ganks, and getting the ball rolling, acting as a tank despite being a fizz. I'll let you ponder that one for a second. We're going to jump to a quick break and get ourselves ready for game number 2 in this series to find out how it'll play out.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in this, yes, think you got me, yeah. You're so dumb. you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise, yeah, you got me, yeah. Let's be naughty, wanna put my body next to your body, cause you shoot me in the heart, can't get over it, hit me in the heart, recover it, look what you done, you made me fall too fast. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shot my heart, the only is that I need your love so bad.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back. Well, game number 2 is not too far away here between the Chosen One and No Honor. And that was a very close game, Jupe. So close so that I'm actually looking at the rest of the games that have been played off stream in round number 2, and already about 5 games have been completed. I see Japan, X-Fan Club have already just smashed out the 2-0. They're not messing around. The first team out of the gates here, waiting for round 3 to start. And as you mentioned already, a few of those fans in Twitch chat really hoping that they get to be seen on the big screen.
Yeah, we actually did have someone just drop the Japan X #1 in the chat. As you said that, so obviously they do have their fans around the block, but obviously they're gonna have to wait a while, because I think that we might be going to 3 games. You know, this one was a close one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. I do believe we actually have a draft there. Sorry, Juice. Ready to kick on through. So without any messing around, let's see what's different this time around.
Well, same bans so far, to be honest with you, except this time Chum the Waters is not getting his hands on this Fizz. He was too impactful in the early game. Was able to get, you know, 1 too many roams off for my liking, and he's the one that really exploded bot lane for the side of No Honor.
Yeah, and then Lee Sin's going to be taken away there from Ganker too, so adaptation's already been made here, whereas the Red and Tristana still seem to be some picks that perhaps these players on No Honor has a little bit of strength on, but also now No Honor really investing in the flex of what they found strong to deal with, and how the Chosen One to think, well, if you ban one, we'll just take the other.
Well, I actually like that adaptation, because No Honor banned Fiora, which says that they want the Aurelia again, but it was just a really rough lane for him to play into. So, you know, if that's the case, right, they ban the Fiora, you know that's what they want, we'll take the Aurelia. So see what No Honor have to counter this Aurelia now, because last game, the Aurelia was just so impactful.
Certainly was. No Honor He gone and said, well, we can't get the Aurelia, but we will get their Graves. The stand-up performance there was from Yanni. And also going to pick up the Kaiser. So steal that one away from the Chosen One, who had it and locked it in with the Braum last time around. But this time, a very different mid-lane matchup, you'd have to say. Twisted Fate versus the Ahri. But it feels very much the case of what Chum the Waters is trying to achieve, right? High impact of just being able to clear lanes and then start roaming.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate, well, we've seen it 3 times now in 4 games, so obviously no surprise there. The Ahri is the first time that we've seen this so far in this tournament. And something that I'm actually excited to see, because I've played a few games myself, and obviously being the Ahri main that I am in Wild Rift, yeah, I think there's a place for this champion, right? So I'm excited to see. Torres probably plays it better than I do, so we'll have to see how he gives this one a crack. Obviously, you know, not his namesake, but I'm sure he can get this one done.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. I'm hoping for it. There's Renekton. That is your final pick. That's how we're going to do battle here in the top lane up against the Aurelia. How can he look to try and keep that Aurelia from getting out of control? That's what we're all asking. But we're not too far away from finding out, because these are your compositions where mid lane, once again, I feel like should be the area of focus in terms of whoever trying to target those side lanes, be it explode top side or go towards bot and gank and get these boys online. Because I think if you're the Chosen One, you're really hoping for a win here. And unless I'm mistaken, I am seeing the name Ryan in the position here for the AD carry now. So unless they've subbed out Resilience, or if we just have a graphic glitch, I don't know, but we'll find out very shortly. As
It'll be Ryan the Resilient.
It could be, and I'm going to fact check it right on the spot, Juice. So just hit me with something smart.
Well, I don't have anything smart to say, but the one thing that I was going to touch on was the Renekton-Aurelia matchup. You know, we saw what the Renekton could do last series, was just so impactful in the team fights, you know, securing those dragons in the early game. But this time now, he's actually got a good matchup into the Aurelia. So I think it's actually going to be a very rough time top lane, but we'll have to see how this one plays out.
You certainly will do. And beautiful fill, by the way. Ryan is Resilience, so he's just a man of many names, but can he have a different performance here today? Let's load on in to the Rift and get this one underway and see if this will go the distance. It was very close, went down to the wire, went down to a singular play and an outplay at that. But this one feels a tad more standard, Juves.
It does. And across the board, I don't think we're going to be seeing nothing too crazy, right? We'll probably even see maybe a slower early game. If you think about the last game that we saw, it was quite explosive, you know, that top lane 2v2, Lee Sin picking up the 2 kills, maybe a little bit of an overreach if you're on the side of no honor, so I don't expect to see anything too crazy.
Really excited for top lane though. That's what Joker got the upper hand last time around. Actually worth noting that Joker was the mid lane and now he's playing top side, so that's a little bit interesting. Maybe a bit of a flexibility in the roster with the Drunkard playing the Fiora, now going to be the mid laner, so it's kind of nice. Causes some headaches for the opposition, right? Not too sure exactly what to play into and sort of how to draft around it.
Yeah, it's a good pickup from you, to be honest. I definitely didn't consider that. And that's first blood. And I mean, this is the volatility of the Renekton-Aurelia matchup that I touched on just before the game, right? This is exactly what happens in this type of matchup. Because as the Aurelia, you need to be in melee range to do damage, obviously. But more importantly, to ramp your damage up, you need to get multiple Q procs off on the wave to get your passive stacked. And that leaves you open to a Renekton point and click and a death.
It was. Yanni isn't slowing down anytime soon. Look at this, man. He's just run top to crab to mids. And now forced the Drunkard to be zoned away. Hoping he can try and find some fruits, some pots, some sustain to keep him in lane. And this is a full clear with a tad of aggression in between. I mean, it's just cross-map gaming, but just pure confidence.
Yeah, I can't believe Yanni got his hands on the Graves again, to be honest with you. I mean, the way that he played last game, and now he's off to a pretty good start as well. You have to say that you're pretty confident in him being able to do work in this game, and a bit of an all-in here top side. Again, it looks like Aurelia's actually won this trade, but once Renekton gets Fury stacked up like he does now, this is non-tradable for Aurelia, because he's just going to get empowered stunned, and then there's going to be an empowered Q as that nearly came out there, and it's very close to lethal.
Yeah, I mean, Empowered Cold the Meek, right, just does so much work to keep you topped up and healthy and lane and sort of deceivingly remain durable. The Font of Life goes out. That's been applied here by Broma. Surprise, surprise, it's a lane gank. Yanni getting rowdy about it. There's the killer instinct, there's the flash forward. Runs didn't even need it. He's actually going to access the tank and tank the turret. Just get out of aggro range before he fell on down to it. But I'm already thinking Yanni might be the star member on this roster. Oh, what a beautiful hair buff away from Ganker. He charged on in, trying to save the turret, trying to find a kill to trade too.
Yeah, that's a rough start in the bot lane now as well for Resilience and Blue. I mean, you know, I think they played it pretty well in terms of disengaging that lane gank, but there was just too much damage, too much follow-up, and they weren't able to fight their way out of that one. But Yanni with, I guess, the slower of the two early game junglers, right? Like Pantheon has way better time ganking lanes, has actually already participated in 100% of the kills on the team, which is 3. So, I mean, what more do you want from your Graves? He's up gold, he's up farm, he's up kills, he's up everything.
Really is. Shut away, back to base, get the Ghost Blade, get yourself that mobility, extra damage, why not? You've earned it. Dragons and Heralds are here. Last time, both teams traded things out. This time, will they be as willing to do so? Or will we see a nice early fight? Because top lane is where we've seen the most action, at least individually. And I don't see that slowing down anytime soon.
And he actually, you know what you love to see? When he pops the Ghost Blade just to get to the Dragon quicker. And it looks like there's going to be a contest skimmy, so we're full on, not a 5v5, but a 4v4.
Headbutt across the wall, has to hit the blast cone to get himself back in, but went to the smoke screen, so he couldn't get the smite range. He couldn't see what it was about. Chum the Waters on the flank, coming through mid to river. 1v3, looking to try and zone members away. Now dashing on through once again, looking for the charm, but the orb will connect and get members low enough that the Chosen One have to disengage. And I mean, I'm already seeing pings on the map, Juice. It's double trouble, double objectives.
Yeah, and it looks like they're probably going to pick this one up, right? You know, if he's able to hit the eye passive and kill this one quickly, Aurelia's not even really... Oh, Aurelia might get there in time. So we could see a little bit of a contest. Pantheon does have the man drop, so here we go.
On to the stun, but he's going to fall on down. He can't get a trade. He can't steal anything away from that one. The vision was there, but the team weren't there to back him up. The bot lane just redeployed to there. And no wonder now, well and truly in comfort territory. Much, much different turn of events compared to game 1.
Yeah, it's a 4k gold lead, and this one's just looking very decisive. And what does Pantheon get done here?
Oh, Australia tried to wait that one out, see if the recall would be enough. He's popped the summoner barrier. Burst that can come from a Pantheon. Too much to deal with.
I wonder if he uses the flash there. Does he live? Right, Pantheon would use the Q, doesn't have the flash to follow up, has no ultimate. Maybe you could make the argument, maybe a little bit of a misplay. But Chum the Waters again, showing he's done pretty well on the Ari, right? That last Dragon team fight, he did a very good job in playing Disruption. He didn't have the possibility of 100 zeroing anyone, but he kept 3 or 4 members occupied on the flank. So again, he seems to be really comfortable on these assassin type mid laners.
Yeah, seems to be causing problems, right? Because it allows him to be aggressive, allows him to, you know, get into the enemy's head of forcing them to make positional mistakes. Be a little bit paranoid about where the vision needs to go to try and address him, because he's found some creative ganking angles. The fact that he was able to rotate this so cleanly through mid jungle down to bot lane and not be spotted speaks volumes.
Deadman's Plate picked up again for the Alistar, so same itemization 2 games in a row. Love to see that one. Going to be very fast and quite tanky in these team fights. And first items coming through across the board. Kai'Sa got a bit of a variety bucket.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything right now. Not too sure exactly what she wants, but it's Australia once again getting jumped upon. Joker starting to really feel himself here. Out goes the Destiny. There's the gold card in the bot Tri-Brush. A layer that with Glacial Fissure, and 2 members getting knocked up, but not enough for Runts to be taken out, because he's the one that will take you out. Sneaks into bot lane, pops the kill again, but it is Chum the Waters that finds it. The Heralds would have been summoned. This could be devastating if they find more. 5v1, remove the jungler, remove the map, and just close out this game very early on.
Such a good play coming out of No. And I mean, that's just a pure 5-man in the bot side of the map. And if you consider the Chosen One's composition with the Twisted Fate and and the Pantheon, they're the team that should actually ultimately get there first, right? In the sense that they have the globals. They should be the one that are really setting tempo for the game. But unfortunately, unfortunately for them, No Honor are just too quick and too coordinated. And to be honest, the catalyst for this is Yanni. I mean, they think they've made the pick onto Micro here in the tri-push. Look at Yanni playing Disruption on the back end. Kai'Sa goes in, Killer Instinct, like you said, so deep. Rift Herald takes down the turret as they're diving. And it's just really clean, concise. No one falls down.
Perfect play, executed flawlessly on that occasion. And now, we're back to the Dragon again. They've already got themselves an Air Drake, extra mobility, just to make plays like this. When you're out of combat, you can literally run people down. Joker being, well, maybe
a little bit
ambitious. Maybe, yeah, maybe literally is the Joker, because that wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, it's a Joker. And so this is just going to be an Ocean Dragon going away for free. I mean, there's nothing they can really do to contest, right? Braum's such a big part of their composition when you consider that they have Aurelia, Pantheon to really help proc those Braum passives. And now it's just your two dragons down, your significant amount of gold down, your bot lane turret down, and across the board, it's just a very big lead for No Honor. And you'd have to say, with the way they played last game, at this position, they're favorites to close this one out, right? Because they're going to pivot to Baron when that one's up and just put a whole bunch of pressure on that. Because with the composition that they have, they can just do Baron. They can just tank it for days. They have the Blade of the Ruin King that on both 80 carries, the Graves and the Kai'Sa. They have a front line to tank it, so it is going to be tough.
Something will be, and they don't have much time to try and think of a new strategy to address these woes, because they're down right now, 8,000 gold, 10 seconds before that Baron is there. They're looking to try and address this bot lane wave, which is pushing against them passively. No two turrets stand, because that Herald from that previous play found incredible value. Now No Honor have all the aces up their sleeve.
Yep. And you know what? They can be as patient as they want, right? They're in full control of this game. And they can honestly just wait till next Dragon if they like. And I mean, they can just keep denying vision like this and setting up ticks. Pantheon's ult to top side. Yanni might be in front of the Grape.
Yeah, look at trying to remove him. That's a fantastic pick. A pick that they most certainly needed there for the Chosen One. Remove the jungler, but also remove the big catalyst to the success that no one have been able to find in this series so far. So you talk about patience. Well, maybe. Australia says, I need to avenge my fallen brother. I was the pop-off performer last time around. He jumped in there with the dominance, then been forced to flash away. Perhaps even baited out his mid laner in the process. And, well, meanwhile, bot lane, a full reset happened. Genka went back to base, ran bot, and took out the Alistair.
And don't mind if they just go in there and pick up a couple more kills, Skimmy. Pantheon's just picked up 3 kills in the space of, what, 30 seconds? I was going to say, like, a little bit of an overreach there by Yanni, maybe a little bit of too much confidence. And whilst the Chosen One have picked up some kills to kind of swing the gold, I guess, in their favor, they still lost turrets bot side. You know, they lost the tier 2 turret there. They nearly got dove bot side and took some turret damage as well. So whilst it was a play that probably benefits the Chosen One the most, you know, No Honor was still able to pull things back. And if you want to come back into the game, you need to gain a lot and lose a little, and that's not what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the gold lead that has shrunk just a fraction. They've managed to claw back at least 3,000 gold in that exchange, but now you've got an exposed bot lane with supers that certainly can be looked at. Permanent pressure in a lane that you're just not going to have much fun dealing with. But the ganker took a little bit of time for him to find his footing in this game on a Pantheon that wants to be global, wants to be aggressive, wants to find kills before level 5 with his ultimate there. But he's managed to. And that's all that matters at this point. As now we go top sides, and another situation where it's Yanni involved. How are they going to follow things? They had to push forward. He's dashed away. Does he have a flash? He doesn't even have a flash. Is he going to live? Is he going to survive? We don't know, because there's 2 fights taken out on 2 different occasions right here. The rampage is there. The rampage between the 2 of them, actually. Yanni, he was at critical HP. He was fatal. He was lethal. He fell down, but it is Runts that picks up the kills and says, I'm Yeti carry. I'll do it myself.
And that does look like Baron that's going to go over to the side of No Honor. You know, initially I thought, again, Yanni's probably being a little bit too aggressive in the side lane, but the Graves and the itemization and just the hit that Graves has is just a little bit too much for the Chosen Ones to deal with, right? I mean, they don't have enough damage in the side lane. The Aurelia is not at a point where she's, you know, the strongest champion in the game. and you just really hate to see it. The jungler is just absolutely winning the side lane against the solo laners. And, you know, they picked up the Baron Skimmy, and now they're... Sorry?
Well, sorry to interrupt you. I'm mesmerized by the fact I was watching Resilience run there. He's running so slow. He doesn't even have boots, not even the basic boots. He's on full damage.
Oh, wow.
Now at his demise, there is a caster, so he's forced to flash away. Hits the zap, turns around, Glacier Vision, knocks them up. Procs the font of life and try and get some sustain because 3 members are so low, and this is a playground for Renekton, who flashes forward. Why would you not take down 2? You're dominating. Runs. Hits the Void Spikes. Crashes on through. Now dives you between 2 mid turrets. It doesn't get much better than that. Baron buff there. It might not be on everybody, but it's enough for them to feel strong and comfortable to close out this game.
Yeah, and they're actually going to end bot side. They have a very big wave. They have Baron minions. And there was a little bit of a participation ribbon, that Infernal Dragon, right? They were able to pick up that neutral objective. Good smite there from the Pantheon. But at what cost then? The cost was the game, Skinny.
It was the game, ultimately, for them. It's going to be, well, no honor. They come out ahead in that situation. A 2-0, a clean 2-0. Given how close game number 1 was, we were thinking, strap up, you know, get ready for this free game blinder already so early on in the night. And start to get a bit of a picture as to where these teams all fit in. Because, you know, a quick reminder, the Chosen One came into this one as the 2nd seed from that 2nd qualifier. No honor, kind of just snuck their way in at the very end of the final qualifier. So not much was known about them, not much to be expected, but they've now announced themselves to everybody at home.
Yeah, and I mean, the exciting thing for me in this game was actually the champions that they picked, you know. It's completely different from what we've been seeing today, you know. We saw the Fizz, we saw the Ahri, yeah, we saw Graves in both games, but that's something that we haven't seen today. Even the Kai'Sa being picked up, so they've kind of given us a little shift of the meta, and they've given us some other things to get excited about, you know. It's not going to be the same thing every game, you know. It's not going to be a Twisted Fate trade for something else, right? They're going to put their own spice on things. They're going to play what works for them. And more importantly, the way that they play in side lanes and give resources to their jungler.
Well, 20 kills to 20 beforehand. This time, a lot more convincing. 17-5. The game is decided that despite Yanni having a few moments of craziness, he is still the overall MVP. He's picked that one up here with a 2-11 score line tonight, and opted for the QSS instead of the TP, given that he was the focus of just so much CC. So congratulations to No Honor. They'll pick themselves up a much-needed win to keep their playoff dreams alive. And no doubt for them, they can now rest on the laurels, thinking that's 2 wins on the night. No need to panic. Now we can focus on our next matchup. I think this is happening here, because you look at the damage breakdown, and I mean, you see once again, it just felt like Resilience completely outmatched in that bot lane.
Yeah, but it's also a hard game for him to play on the Jinx, right? Like, he's pretty much just trying to find his own access into teamfights. The Aurelia, the Pantheon, they want to dive backline, so there was no peel for Resilience. He was like, it was just so hard for him to do damage. I mean, Chum the Waters and the Renekton running him down, poor guy. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you look at the difference in numbers, right? Runs was able to put out, you know, if we round up 12k in damage, you know, that's more than anyone on the side of the Chosen One. So just across the board, in terms of the solo lanes and the jungler, the heavy lifting was shared, and that's what's most important in a good team, right? Is when you not have a guy that's just dropping 30k damage and you're losing, but across the board, everyone's doing their job in team fights, and that's what kind of, I guess, is exciting. And you know, maybe the first game was a little bit of nerves that we saw in this series, because, you know, the second one was really clean and concise.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think, if anything, the standout play for me for the Chosen One has to be the Genko. And whilst it's a little bit of a close and quieter start from the second game, he certainly was able to put together some moments of brilliance for them to put us in this kind of headspace of, is there a possibility that this game can come back? Because it was a huge gold lead against them. Ultimately, too little, too late here. But big damage numbers, big team fight successes, as the match stats suggest. So, with that being said, that rounds out this series. A quick refresh here, and we find out that there is still one more series left to be continued. And I've had it, and I've found it. And guess what it is, Jubes? It's what you highlighted before. We're waiting for Team Don't Feed and Jacuzzi Dogs to close out their match. You imagine it was going to be a free game blind. It probably is. And we can obviously talk about that in a second if we do need to come back from a break. and fill out the game. But that was the game, 2-0. I mean, for the most part, was there a particular player apart from Yami that you sort of you look at and you said, okay, I can sort of see that this is a style or a way you're playing to get this guy online?
Look, I think it's been tough as we just go through the replays. Rather, it was obviously this early game topside really set the tone for the game. Swing that into a bot side gank, and you know you're just at such a deficit in both of your side lanes now after this that it's just so hard to play. And this was Ganker, you know, pulling a kill back, doing extremely well. But again here, Micro on the Alistar, I think just caused so much disruption, so much damage with the Alistar passive, and he was actually pivotal too in enabling this dive. As you see, the double, the flash into two-man knock-up. You know, sometimes the supports are the guys that get forgotten because they're not the glamorous position where they pick up all the kills, but I think he had a fantastic series, and you know, he was, look, again, picked up the kill there. He was just at every play.
Consistent, and that's what you need really in a position like support, right? You need somebody that can lay down the vision, lay down the engage, feel confident to execute upon it, and ultimately was enough. As you can see here, it's just a highlight for those boys in No Honor. It's them just finding kill after kill, punishing wherever they can, and being very convincing when it came to those neutral objectives. Whilst you saw it here, they've stolen away the Inferno Dragon. The cost is you've lost the game, so I mean it's an ultimate trade, right? Have a buff of 6 damage, but lose the series.
You can't take 6% extra damage into the next game, Skimmy, so, you know, I'm sure if they watch that one back, maybe they reassess. It was obviously, you know, a lose-lose scenario, right? You're going to give away that dragon when you're already behind. Yeah, it's such a big deficit. You know, you respect the fact that they were confident enough to contest that. Unfortunately, was not the right play. Hindsight is 2020. We've all been in those situations before where we really feel the pressure to contest. We really need to make it happen. And, yeah, and they ended the game off that.
It certainly did, and crazy enough to think that already so early on between these 16 teams, we've only got 3 teams at the moment with a perfect 2-0. No Honor, as you just saw, Japan X Fan Club, as well as He2E Gaming are the only undefeated teams in the playoff bracket so far. Elsewhere, 1-1, and it's going to be a close one, Juice. A couple of teams already at an 0-2 mark. If they drop out in this next round, it's lights out. Their tournament has come to a closing. It's a bit of a crazy one at just that, but I mean, that's the nature of competition. You've got to be an MVP sometimes. You've got to really rise to show what your team can achieve and what you can do individually, and sort of maybe make a statement so that people watching at home start to recognize you and say, maybe this is a team for the future or a player that we can build around.
And of course, who else would it be? Yanni, the player of the match on the Graves. Obviously, the KDA is a nice one to look at. Solid 5 there. Damage dealt was the big one for me, right? It wasn't just padding stats. He wasn't just looking pretty. He was actually in there doing numbers, doing damage as well. And then 82% kill participation. I mean, that's just a significant number when you really think about it. He's almost killed or participated in all of the kills on a champion that you don't really expect to get too involved in the early game.
And I mean, it's just so crazy to me how you called it out during the cast, right? At the start of that game, the fact that he went literally top, mid, bot, had all the kill participation in the world and said, look, boys, I've set you up for success. Go about your business and now win the game for us. And I mean, ultimately, that's what they did. And already from 2 rounds of action, what I'm noticing is that OS has some really good junglers.
Yeah, I mean, in pretty much all of the games, the junglers have been some standouts, right? But, I mean, across the board, I think we've just had some pretty good games. You know, the teamwork, the macro, the micro, it's just been really good to watch, and it's really good Wild Rift.
So he is, and well, it makes us even more excited now to try and figure out who those next rising stars could be, because it's a brand new tournament, a first time for these players to showcase their skills. Who knows who would be the ultimate prize winner at this stage, because we've seen those moments of pop-off potential, but can you handle it when the stakes are that high? 4 weeks of gameplay ultimately is what these guys are working their way towards. We already mentioned top of show, 16 teams here, 8 by the end of this night, with the grand prize that they're all playing for of international action. So it's gonna be a long road to get there, Jubes. It was 4 weeks of open qualifiers to even get to this point, so you consider it a couple of months of action, a couple of months of gaming, and a chance for us to figure out what round 3 looks like as we jump to this quick commercial break.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. It doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried. can't say why. Feeling lost like I just want a time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it, in the other part, recovery. And I love what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go.
You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back. Once again, we're here for the League of Legends Wild Rift Oceanic Championship, and we are ready for round number 3. The final game just had concluded, and it was a bit of an upset there, Jubes. I do have word that the Jacuzzi Dogs actually did lose it in the third game to Team Don't Feed.
Oh,
So it was
wow.
a game that we thought would have some high stakes. We'd seen how clinical Jacuzzi Dogs were, but it shows that there are other teams who are just as strong in their own individual qualifiers that are now starting to rustle up the standings. So that's an exciting one that I suppose has caught us off guard, given that was one of the first games we got to see on stream and sort of assess. But for the most part, 2 rounds already behind us. Has there been a defining moment already so early on for you?
Look, I mean, I would have said the defining moment would be the first game that we had. I mean, I thought that the Jacuzzi Dogs really had it in the bag, and then they've kind of just been sent. They've just been sent a shock to their system, and I mean, I think it's too hard to call now because you start to create these narratives about who you think's the real deal, who's the best team that we have here at the moment. But then the caster curse sets in, and maybe it's an upset, maybe it's not. It's just really too hard to formulate opinions surrounding these teams now.
Too hard to call, absolutely. There you see, though, it does mean that Team Don't Feed now put themselves up as the 4th team to retain the perfect record. 100% win rate, 2-0. As mentioned before during the pre-break, it was Team Don't Feed, He2E Gaming, Japan X Fan Club, and No Honor, who you just saw before. So those are the big dogs. We're going to try and go undefeated throughout the rest of the night, and also to try and be some of the first teams that can guarantee themselves into that top 8 for next week's action. Elsewhere, though, you're looking at some of the teams like Synchronized, Cursed, Vegetables, and Lonely Wasp Esports still hunting for their first win here.
What a name, by the way, Lonely Wasp Esports. I mean, how do you come up with that? Like, Lonely Wasp.
If only we had interviews, right? We could start asking these guys, hey boys, what is the inspiration behind it? What does it mean? You play on words.
I like it. I'm a big fan of those those names where like you want to figure out the origin, makes you dig deep onto how they came to that name. So it makes you want to be a fan.
This is certainly the beauty, right, of a brand new title, Grassroots Esports, where it all starts off, and you don't have organizations involved. It's all about saying, this is who we are as a 5-man squad. We're the boys, we're the squad, we're the gang. We're going to get done. We're looking to try and put on a bit of a show and get ourselves across that finishing line. And we're already fast approaching the halfway mark of tonight. As we mentioned before, the 3rd round is not too far away. And that will be a defining moment because it will start to show us, okay, who are the teams that truly are the real deal, and who are the teams that, on the night just weren't able to have the consistency or the performance that are required. Maybe some tough opponents, maybe some drafts that just didn't go their way, or maybe some pop-offs that they weren't expecting. Yeah,
and I mean, sometimes the game can be unforgiving in that sense, right? What is like a double kill into a triple kill into a turret, all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of a 4k gold deficit. That's what we've seen tonight. And then that pivots into a Baron, pivots into the second Dragon, and it's just too hard to recover. That's ultimately what some of these games have felt like. And sometimes the teams that we have here are just too good. You can't give them that inch because they're going to take the mile.
Yeah, they certainly have shown that they can do that. And as you mentioned before also, it seems to be a big highlight towards these junglers finding themselves some fantastic pathing, but some invitations to show up in lanes and find those kills, right? Maybe a little bit of punishment through either lack of vision or just the overall individual brilliance that they provide to their team. And, you know, be it a brand new game, you are looking to try and figure out, you know, how you stack up against the rest of the world. You've got obviously tournaments all over the show right now, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, China, Korea, Southeast Asia, everybody looking to try and get themselves as the front runner in this brand new game and showcase that not only are they the best team, but they're the best region, they're the best players that are looking to formulate their own story, their own narrative, and their own history to reflect back on, Juves.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, history is the main thing, right? Like this is the first Wild Rift tournament in Oceania. So if you win this one, you go overseas. You're history. That's history. You're the first one to do it, and you can really set the bar and set the standard. So that's what these teams are playing for. And I guess we can see some of the nerves in some of the games, right? Start off a little bit dicey, a little bit choppy, like the last series that we had, and it really sometimes takes 1 or 2 games to find your feet.
Certainly does, and we'll be seeing how these teams do find their feet, because as we've already mentioned, a lot of the teams that do find themselves top of the table, tied in first place, have done so because they were the first seed coming through those qualifiers. And whilst the qualifiers, well, there were 4 of them, they were across multiple weeks, showcased multiple teams having a crack at it. A lot of them were 2-0s, so a lot of them were pretty convincing in their fashion that they were the real deal already so early on into this game, and there wasn't many times where teams were forced to try and run the gauntlet again and run it back in a following week. But I do believe we've just got word from our producer that round 3 shouldn't be too far away, so we might actually have ourselves a schedule, a game that we can display on the stream, and a reason for you to be excited as to what is being shown next. Here you go.
Game.
Team Don't Feed.
That's a big game.
Up against No Honor. So, we just saw No Honor. They're fantastic. They're 2-0. Team Don't Feed. They're a team that we've yet to really sink our teeth in and figure out why they're so strong. But it's going to be a defining moment because 4 teams tied in this position. One of them will now have a loss.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Team Don't Feed play, but we've seen the team that they've beaten, right? And they beat such a strong team. So we're really expecting this Team Don't Feed versus No Honor game to be an absolute barn burner. I mean, what I'm expecting is just a supreme display of mechanics, very good concept draft, a very good concept on what champions are strong into certain others, and a lot of counter picks. So, I mean, I'm just so excited because, again, maybe the caster curse happens, but these are one of the remaining teams that are 2-0 and 2-0, right? And actually got some cheeky icons as well. Some cheeky logos.
Some cheeky icons. Why not? Why not? I mean, Team Don't Feed are the team that have showcased that they can run it to game 3 time and time again. They're looking to try and make this one as hard as possible. So maybe they're just running it the hard way. They don't seem to mind. Also worth noting that the other game played at the top of the table was going to be Japan X Fan Club taking on He2E Gaming. So by the end of this, we're only going to have 2 teams remaining undefeated. A bit of a tall order so early on. It's going to be an exciting one at just that. But here we go. Here's the roster. This is the team that have been causing upsets off stream so far, but they're here now. Keith in the top lane. Master is their jungler. Vamos is the mid laner. That's a no. Is the AD carry. I love that name. And Yanni is their support.
I actually rate all of their names. Like, Keith is just a good, solid Oceanic name. Then you got Master, and that's obviously like, Master. Vamos, like, when he gets a kill, we can literally hype up Vamos. That's a no, is such a, like, don't answer name, right? He cleans up a team, cleans up a team fight. That's a no. And another Yanni. Another Yanni.
Yeah, I mean, might just be the flavor of the month name, right? I think it's fantastic. The name, the team name, the logo, the players. It's all coming together now. You can tell that these are a bunch of players that have a fair bit of personality behind them. They're clearly having some fun with it, but they're very good at the same time. There's that roster once more for No Honor. You just saw them before. That's going to be a tongue twister for us to deal with. Australia in the top lane. Yanni in the jungle. Chum the waters as their mid laner. Ruts as the AD carry. And Panda in support. So, I wonder, Juice, already so early on to this one, given that we've yet to really see what Team Don't Feed can excel at, Is there a point of attack that you'd love to see them bring to No Honor?
Look, it's hard to say. Again, it's such a small sample size that we're just going to be making assumptions. Quite frankly, I'm actually sick of making assumptions because all the assumptions that I've made tonight have been wrong. You know, I thought Jacuzzi dogs would be the big dogs, right?
Yeah.
Still can be,
Sure.
but they did lose. They lost to one of the teams that we're watching now. Okay. Then I thought in the previous series that it was actually going to go towards who was the team that lost last series? Refresh my memory.
We had what was it? TCO, the chosen one.
The chosen one. The way that they were playing the mid game and the early game, I thought that's it. That game's done. It's going to be a 1-0 to them. But they ended up losing. So for me to even just remotely to try and predict what's going to happen with these teams, I think that would be a silly mistake. And I'm over making silly mistakes, Skimmy.
Yeah, we don't want those, mate. That's not what you're here for. It's not what you're getting paid for, mate. You're paid for your good looks and your good job, and that's what you're definitely putting out so far. Because, mate, we've seen the full 3-game fiesta from these boys so far of Team Don't Feed. If anything, you imagine that those odds get harder and harder each time they go around. You're in your third round. You're up against another team that are top of the table as well. You're thinking that this surely should be our first of the night on stream that goes the distance. So I'm excited in that regard. I'm keen to see what these are about, and I'm keen to see what these players with the exciting names that they have, if they can be like, vamos, let's go.
Well, there's only two people in my life that actually say that I'm good looking, and that's my mum and that's you. So that's fantastic. Thank you for that. Now, to touch on, right, the deeper we go into these rounds or brackets, whatever you want to call it, like you said, you expect to see closer and closer games, right? Like the teams are there for a reason. So I would be very surprised if we don't see 3 games. But in the same sense, stylistically, what do they match up like? You know, maybe in terms of skill, similar level, but in terms of, you know, what this team, Team Don't Feed as an example, what they've drafted up, what they play, their play style, maybe it doesn't match up well into No Honor, right? Maybe they have their answer. So time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. If there's one kind of thing that we have in terms of a sample size for No Honor, it's that they didn't look invincible, right? They didn't look fantastic all of the time. Their game 2 against the Chosen One was really good. Their first game had hiccups galore, right? There was times where you thought maybe they could lose. There was times where they wrangled control back of that game. They showed us that they, in terms of if we had a checkbox, right? Do they have mechanics? Yes, they do, 100%. Can they play the map? Yes, they can, 100%. But, you know, sometimes maybe they get a little bit high on the current game state. They try to bite a little more than they can chew, a little bit too aggressive, and sometimes that's what comes back to bite them. So maybe we need to see, can they reel that in? A little bit of composure, because in game 2, they did that. Yanni on the Graves set the tempo, really farmed the side lanes, and took the 1v1s where needed. And so maybe that's what we need to see from them.
Yeah, I think Yanni got a little bit too excited, right? He says, I'm popping off in the jungle. The jungle's a little bit too easy for me, so maybe I'll become a laner now. He played the lane, he started rocking the TP as a jungler and saying, look, I'm going to do every job. I'm going to put this team on my back and get it done. Enough stalling. We're here for the 3rd game of the night. No Honor, this time on the blue side, up against a Team Don't Feed, where we're very excited, Juves, to see, because they've, as we've said already, really been causing a little bit of chaos in the standings so far, and now a chance to see what their champions are and what the playstyle is as a whole.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm liking, we're seeing a very good change in draft, right? It's not the same bands from the same teams all of the time. They're actually research based. They're specific and they're targeted.
Sure.
Obviously, Chum the Waters still going to get his fizz, but I mean, the Xin Zhao, the Diana, and the Wukong are completely opposite bans from the last series that No Honor had, right? Team Don't Feed, banning the Riven, which we've seen targeted towards Australia, banning the Camille, which we've seen targeted towards Australia, and obviously the Katarina, maybe a specific ban towards Chum the Waters, you know, but we obviously saw him play the Ahri as well.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a very proficient AP mid laner, right? So far, both the champions locked in are those AP Assassins and the Fizz, as well as the Evelyn, and I'm wondering if we are going to see in the Katarina or the Diana tonight, because they seem to be definitely champions that can pop off and have big impact in those team fights. But it's going to be a surprise. Well, maybe it shouldn't be, because Yanni's once again got the Graves. He's not had to show us anything other than how he can pop off on this one. So let's see, in a stronger opponent, if he can find the same levels of success, because it seems to be the pick of the litter right now for bot lane. It's either Braum or it's Nami.
Yeah. Or Alistair, right? I mean, Alistair, I think we've seen in multiple games as well, but ooh, that's a curveball, huh? So it's an Ezreal and the Lucian locked in, which says to me, the Lucian is probably, or the Ezreal even, is going into a solo lane. I would argue that it's probably going to be the Lucian. Might have a better laning phase into the Fizz. And then to top that off, right, you pair that with the Everland. There's a little bit of magic damage that they've drafted now. So it's not going to be easy to itemize just, you know, for the Lucian specifically. And I'm excited to see it.
I certainly am. There's the Tristana as well. It's been banned consistently all night long, but it's going to come out here today. So you got plenty of AD damage. Australia, he's got himself that Irelia once more. So you'd argue that No Honor have got their comfort for sure from what we've seen. Team Don't Feed, though, have finalized this draft with a Garen. That is a curveball that, well, should be exciting for multiple reasons.
Well, let's keep in mind, right, we haven't seen Team Don't Feed play yet. So what they've drafted could well and truly just be their comfort. But we haven't seen their games. But in terms of what we've seen from the other side of the coin, from No Honor, this is their like draft, right? This is something that they play time and time again. I mean, like I said, time and time again, their mid laner is literally named after Fizz. So if there's one champion that he's comfortable on, it is that one. The Aurelia is what we've seen them resort to in the first pick for a long time. Tristana we haven't seen yet, and I got my eye on that pick because that has been banned away from a few teams in recent rounds. So again, maybe it's just one of those power picks in the bot lane that people don't want to come up against.
Certainly very strong at not only gap closing, but finding, you know, resets, but just overall, the sieging is what I always find so fun with that, right? The explosive bomb, hit a turret, get the push, and ultimately win the game of that one. As we load into the game, third game of the night, third round at just that. Start to wonder, Jubes, how close will this one be? Because it is going to be Lucian in the mid lane. It seems to be a little bit more catered towards that. So Ezreal, Nami, they'll be looking to cause a storm in the bot lane to keep the Tristana Alistair kill lane at bay.
They have enough mobility with the Ezreal to survive that lane in the 2v2, right? I guess the tough part is going to be Yanni on the Nami. You know, if he ever gets comboed, followed up by the Tristana burst, to be a very rough time for him. I'm keen to see how this top lane matchup plays out.
I mean, I'm keen for that top lane matchup. I'm excited by the fact that I'm just seeing Lucian abuse the fact that he is a strong ranged AD mid laner, that he can look to try and keep this Fizz at bay. So obviously going to change a little bit with a few levels and maybe some items thrown into the mix too. But this is Lucian to a T, right? A lane bully that can certainly snowball in his own regard. But top lane, as you say, we know what the Aurelia can achieve. But I'm keen for this, Garen.
This is actually a very tough, as you touched on, a tough mid matchup for Fizz pre-level 6 or pre-level 5 where you get that ultimate, right? You really do need it to hold the thought.
Well, that's first blood, just like that. It's Yanni looking for the first blood action, and this time he's the one that gets punished. It could have gone to a better person, though, if your team don't feed, because that's a no. Literally says it and gets the first blood.
Well, you know what I like about this game is that this is the first time we've actually seen a double scuttle. This is the first time we've seen it be denied and actually contested. You know, both games, or all of the rounds that we've seen, has just been gentleman's agreement, trade it. And I love to see this early aggression, you know. Why give that away if you can contest, if you have the priority, if you have the rotation? This is what the Lucian pick enables you to do into the Fizz. There's no kill threat, there's no 100-0 kill threat this early on into the laning phase. So you're just able to play with no remorse, and Vamos has really just enabled his jungler in that particular skirmish.
As he's put them into a nice, comfortable position. And you can see that's a no. He's feeling confident about this laning phase, so much so that he zoned the members away. That's forced No One to go for a double reset back to this lane. Wave's going to crash on in. I'm not sure if there's a cannon there to try and hold the wave, but at least so far he's going to come back when he resets himself with a nice item advantage. It is an Ezreal. It's obviously going to go for the tier, but he will have some combat summoners, or combat strength, I should say, with that Sheen prop too.
Might see another fight here, top side. Evelyn does have the ultimate. Graves is in here as well.
Top jungle. Charm goes out. Aurelia in trouble. Australia looking to try and turn things around now with a double stun, which is huge. The last caress to try and disengage away from, but he follows it through with a fantastic blade surge. Spin to win, says Keith. And Yanni, oh no, he tried to blast himself into the wall for the instant Q explosion, but it just wasn't enough first in the end, and now he's going to spot above it as Vamos is going to look to punish him, and he does so effectively, and that's 3 kills to 1 now.
That's just such a quick rotation from the Lucian too. Like, he hasn't even gone back to purchase from that early skirmish in the mid lane, right? Like, he's back and just picked up an Essence Reaver. So, I mean, in terms of relative strength, in terms of where your gold is, you got to be very happy with that. And, you know, I don't think No Honor are playing terribly, but they're just being outmatched at the moment. You know, it's a good counter gank in the top side of the map, but, I mean, Vamos is just ready to go.
So he is. But so is Chum the Waters. Okay. He's got that ultimate. He's popped bot lane. Said hello, and that's all it will be because the vision was there, and that's allowed them now to deny things. No ultimate, and just like that, 5 members strong, Team Don't Feed group up and get the first dragon of the game.
It really is here. It is just so hard to contest though, right? Especially when the Evelyn, you know, is stealth, has the charm on a specific member, and you know, at the point where you don't really want to run the risk of getting to 100 to 0. And this is something that we've seen all night, right? The Dragon into the Rift Herald. It's just almost been instantaneous both times. And they can't even contest it. Look where Graves is. Look where Yanni is on the map.
Unreal. The pressure that Team Don't Feed are presenting right now. Can they find a trade? Can they shut down this Ezreal? They're looking for it. Ignite's gone out. The Q is there. And this time, Graves will connect. Yanni finds what he wants. Maybe they can find a second kill. Oh, the collateral blast doesn't connect. He missed it. And that might be all she wrote as Vamos survives. He turns it around. A fantastic Nami bubble, but the culling can't connect because he gets punished by the headbutt combo of Micro.
That's a very good recovery because that is almost a disaster if you're a fan of No Honor, right? But Micro on the Alistar showing us his proficiency, but look what they're losing on this. The Rift Herald picked up, gains them. I mean, I'm going to call that 2 turrets. That's basically 2 turrets. And the gold lead, though, hasn't ballooned out. It's nothing too significant, right? You know, what was a bit of a shambolic early game for Honor, they've kind of stabilized, right? Yeah, it is still a nice lead for TDF, but again, it's nothing too concerning at the moment.
And it's interesting to say that, right, given that from what we've seen so far in the first 5 minutes, it feels like TDF are the ones in the driving seat, forcing the plays, getting both crabs, getting both objectives, forcing plays. The fact that the gold lead is just a 500 gold discrepancy is credit to how well they are recovering and farming. Ambitious, to say the least there, Jubes.
Yeah.
A lone Alistar in the wolves, or maybe in the jungle, just roaming. And, well, a charm goes out, and that's all she wrote.
Look, I'm here to have the answers for you, but I had more questions than answers after that one, so... What's the Keith pull down here?
Yes, the focus you're after, right? That's where you wanted to see it all take place, and it is going to be Keith that's forced to burn the flash, burn the barrier too, to try and survive through all that pain and punishment. A cross-map play here is TDF are looking to try and force a 3v2. Numbers coming on through. Micro to back him up. Oh no! If his ultimate doesn't connect, a redemption drops on down. Lost Chris! Oh no, he still falls on down. The ticking time bomb was there. Multiple members of No Honor, 3 members. Well, I'd say strong. They're not strong. They're quite weak. Mystic shot connects. Now Yanni rocking up.
Yanni.
Like the never. He will secure that kill. Master Injustice is there to obviously turn things around, but this fight started at the bot tier 1. It's ended now in the river. Flashes are being burnt like you would not believe. Australia is soaking up a storm here and looking to try and put on a bit of a clinic with his Micro. We know how proficient he is on this champion. Ultimately, there is No Honor that fall on down.
This is just a Micro max game. I mean, look, there's not much to it. You know, they rotated down from topside, participated in the skirmish, and it's just outplay after outplay. You know, the barriers coming on through, all the flashes being burnt, and it is honestly just a wild ride at the moment. You know, they're trading topside for bot side. TDF getting the lead down in bot side of the map, but they were able to just trade that back, and they're honestly, No Honor are just playing the weak side pretty well. I mean, Tristana's the weak side of the map, and 3-0 and 0, 2 items now. 800 or 1,000 gold lead now to Team Don't Feed, just because of the you know, what they've been able to secure in this game. Dragon's going to be a big contest here.
be. As you highlighted, Team Don't Feed ahead as a team, but strength-wise, no one are looking pretty good. I'm looking at runs. I'm looking at the very strong Tristana to try and make something happen. Has the red buff, has the 2-item spike. Looking to try and pick somebody off on the flank. Right there is Keith. Gets knocked actually into Yanni, who has to try and dash away. And I hope that Fizz can protect him. He's running him down. There's the stun. There's the silence, actually. And then Dragon is still being contested. We're doing a bit of a world tour, and ultimately is secured here by Master. He is the master of Smite steals and Smite secures. And after all of that, they don't lose anybody, but they get a triple and more.
Yeah, they got a triple and the dragons. This is their second dragon of the game. They are so strong at this point now. They're able to break a turret. Like we said too, sometimes, you know, those 3-kill fights really just swing the gold lead into what is a 5,000 gold lead now for the side of Team Don't Feed. And that all started off the back of Master. He didn't actually get the kill to start the fight, but he took Yanni out of the fight. Yanni was so low, you know, paired with the Garen ultimate, he wasn't able to participate. And, you know, that's arguably one of the strongest members, or what was the strongest member. Now he's just well, now they're just in a little bit of game specifically, but as a team, you know, I don't think we've seen a game where Yanni's been at this deficit.
No, I mean, both games, it has been very convincing, right? On the Graves, he's running it back once more. This time, though, it's not going to be the glorious headlines of him being a singular carry. 2-2-2, certainly not down and out right now. Certainly still has a fair bit of gold behind him and resources to try and pop off with, but lagging behind this Evelyn, it's up by 1,500 in comparison. It was able to chunk him out so effectively with the Lich Bane Death Cap. And by that point, you know, you're looking at a Dragon contest. It's just not possible.
And the thing that I really love about this game with Team Don't Feed is they've drafted a very squishy composition, but they've just said to Garen, go full tank. So he's got 2 tank items, and he's just trying to be that front line, hold the thought. Ooh.
Namos there, flashing out, making sure he's not going to get stunned out for that one. But the culling actually achieves so much to pad their health bars down low. There's forward from Keith to secure the kill. Now spin to win and take out a few more. The Buster shot to knock him back. As the hate spikes go out, and blue team have refused to surrender chips. It feels a little bit like that, doesn't it?
I didn't even know that. Yeah, whatever. It does feel a little bit like that. The Baron is going to go towards Team Don't Feed unless they can do something about it. But so much range, they're just getting zoned. Oh!
They've stolen the Baron. Better late than never. Chum the Waters has done it. Forget about a smite because the fish itself can get it done now. Is that the jinx of calling an FF? Is he going to fall on down for this one? Oh! He's managed to live. How's he done that?
Yeah, I don't know, but this is actually a bit of a game changer, right? Because all of a sudden you get the Baron, get a little bit of strength back. You can actually maybe pivot that into some gold, into some turrets, or at the very least you can you pivot that into some breathing room, right? Maybe you don't get anything from it in terms of an objective, but it gives you time in the game, gives you time to get the Tristana some items, you know, maybe gives you some time to get Australia some items, because again, they're all at some pretty significant deficits, but stealing that Baron is huge.
Well, certainly slowed down the aggression that TDF were putting forwards. They were very much keen to, you know, wrap this game up, hit the Baron, end and run through mid, but no one have denied it. You know, that's a nice chance for them to try and farm uncontested. Look to try and bridge the gap right now, which is 4k gold. Give themselves a few more moments to pick up some items. And I mean, you're looking at the scoreboard right now, it really does feel like a Runts 1v9 angle because it's a Tristana, going to grow with levels, level 15 being the max. It's a Tristana with a late game potential, with all the items in the world. The critical chance is going to soon be through the roof, and single-handedly might just be able to two-tap people.
Well, Runts is the same level now as solo laners. I mean, he's absolutely played to perfection. Vamos, obviously, being the solo laner himself, level 12. Australia's caught, and he's as good as dead, but that's such a bad timing for a death.
Yeah, that is really rough because the Dragon is there. TDF have 2 so far, looking for a third. The fight breaks out despite it being a 4v5. Chum the Water's lucky to be alive. The Baron is still there. Maybe a little bit too over-eager, knowing that they had that power buff at their disposal. But you coined it. It's rough because now they lose another devastating buff that could really have got themselves back into this one for even footing.
I mean, that Dragon with their composition is such a big deal, right? You have the Tristana, the Graves, double AD carry, the Aurelia as well. They're just all going to benefit so much from that Ocean Dragon. But unfortunately, they lose that one. Australia falls down on the back end. Obviously still have runs as that win condition if he can get to the, you know, maybe those 3-4 item power spikes. But at the moment, team don't feed. Okay, Yanni.
Once again, wanting to pick off that Nami. Just gets 2-shot. It's just no contest right there. That's a no looking for it. Tried to go for the true shot barrage. I believe it actually went on cooldown, but he buffed it, cancelled it, double summoned it, tapped it, and fell on down. In comes Runs, hits the bomb, hits the bottom, falls on down. Vamos, it's just a little bit too good right now. Baits at the Zonyas. The redemption's going to come on down, and he won't be redeemed because he's dead and gone.
Yeah, Vamos is squeaky clean on this Lucian. I mean, Garen hasn't even rotated up to the play. He just says, boys, I'm getting mid-turret, don't die. And they do one better. They actually kill multiple people too. So, you know, Keith maybe falls down in the mid lane here, though. Stoneplate being popped. Flash
right
burn.
now, hunting for the kill, but a little bit too easy for him to flash away to safety. Back up the boys in top lane and say, none of that. Baron has spawned. This time, let's guarantee it. And this time, let's end.
Now, you say, Skimmy, like, if we're trying to identify a win condition for No Honor, you know, if Chum the Waters can land the Shark onto the Lucian and they can get the one-shot, keep in mind he has the Zonyas, yeah, maybe that swings the game. Because most of the relative strength that they have is just sitting on the Lucian. You know, I think if Lucian falls down, their composition isn't in trouble by any means, but they're definitely missing a big component.
Yeah, I mean, as you point out, look at how much gold he's got in comparison, right? He's 14,000. He's a full 5k nearly ahead of this Fizz. And if he does fall down, well, you just pass the baton along to Master out in the Evelyn, which is now sitting at 3.5 items. Very strong, can certainly just lurk in the shadows, cause panic with lack of vision, and assassinate you as well. So this one might be a little bit more cool, calm, collected. We're looking at the vision so far, and it seems to be one ward apiece to try and figure out if that Baron will be taken. But I do see a very deep ward that could be TP'd to by TDF to try and spot out how Honor was setting up. But they seem to be undeterred, not too keen to play topside. Let's crash bot, and if we can get supers there, it's the best case scenario.
Yeah, definitely. And how do you stop this siege from TDF, right? And it's not even necessarily your traditional siege where they're sitting in a lane, but they're actually just permanently rotating. They're just rotating between bottom mid, bottom mid, bottom mid, and does Aurelia go for the solo bolo topside?
Well, something is hunting for it. Forcing out
Okay.
Ramos to try and flash away from that one. It's just a little bit too good, isn't it? You know, you hit the Blade Surge, get the reset because they're marked, and you can Zonyas, but it just does not matter. Going Zonyas as well, and flashing away to... hope that Sony might have been there for him, but he's now maybe just perhaps better at his team. He certainly has, because there's a second kill. Yanni taking out the equation. No spite now, and that's a little bit rough. In comes Chum the Waters. So many stasis effects. Looking to try and find that magical moment to collapse and connect on. Micro is there, but the Alice is stunned. He's forced to flash away too, but where are you going? I tell you what, absolutely nowhere. Runts, the last man left before, will be an ace in favor of TDF, but he manages to survive.
Yeah, no minion wave, so they're not able to end this one, Skimmy. But yeah, they do one better, they'll get the Baron buff, and they'll probably use that one to end on the next push. It was a valiant attempt. I mean, it was a really nice solo kill in topside there from Australia, but as the dragon spawns, the Elder Dragon has spawned, the Elder Mounted Dragon has spawned. It looks like they're just going to rotate straight over to that. Can we see another smite still, Skimmy? Because maybe the Elder Dragon with the Mountain is enough to turn the game in their favor, but will they get there in time?
It's such a big
It's a tough
shield
ask.
boost. Such a big boost in mitigation to prevent the burst that No Honor are struggling to find right now. They're going to try, but they can't. They haven't found it. It's going to be secured away from them. And now 4 dragons for TDF. The perfect game in that regard. They've had a strong grasp on this one, sense, controlling those objectives. A slight blip in the water. Literally, as Chum the Water steals that one away.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll waste the crash. They might be able to get this one done.
And I mean, if that doesn't happen, you actually wonder, like, does this game just end very quickly? Because I think if they actually get that Baron, you know, the game's as good as done at that point. But they've broken the base here.
Yep, it feels like a bit of a checkmate right now. Triple turrets taken down onto the Nexus, down to 1k. A do or die effort now for No Honor that need to put up a big fight. The Nexus is so damn low. One more auto will do it. And TDF, will they start the series off with a win?
Yeah, and that's a big win, right? For the most part, it was pretty clean. Obviously, the Baron falling down was less than favorable. You know, they obviously didn't want that one to happen. But sometimes those anomalies, you know, you got to take that in Wild Rift. You know, the Baron gets stolen by Chum the Waters. But across the board, this Lucian pick, I was actually very hyped seeing it in the mid lane. And for me, it really did numbers. It really did wonders.
Yeah, I mean, it got so much accomplished. And, I mean, from start to finish, right? We're talking about how this lane matchup could work into the Fizz. He certainly didn't make life easy for Chum the Waters. He bullied them from start to finish. No surprises, he's the MVP here tonight because he had such a big impact from laning phase to team fights to overall having the most gold in the game. He had 4 completed items.
Yeah. And I mean, Chum the Waters never really found his place in this game. Obviously, matchup based. Yeah, he stole the Baron. Sure, fantastic. You know, pencil that one in on the resume, but it ultimately resulted in nothing. You know, Zatsano was probably a little bit of a silent achiever. Whilst he had more kill participation than Vamos, I feel like Vamos had the flashier of the plays, which doesn't mean that Zatsano played poorly by any means. You know, he had a fantastic game. And I'm sure when we look at the damage stats, when we toggle over to the damage stats, Zatsano is going to be up there, maybe the most damage in the game. But again, first time we're seeing TDF. Yeah, first time we're seeing TDF. And I'm very impressed with the way they play the game. The thing that I liked the most was that they actually have Keith playing a tank for the rest of the members, right? Keith kind of knows his job in this game, builds full tank, and he's just a front line for the double 80 carries. And then it was so hard for Runts to actually do anything because his itemization doesn't kill tanks. He can't get through any of the items that Keith has. And it was just really unfortunate that the strongest member in the game for them could not just do anything for, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the AP damage really did get shut down, right? A bit of a struggle, at least when it came to sieging, for them to try and trim those waves and prevent, you know, TDF from actually crashing on through. There are the damage numbers, as you mentioned, and surprise, surprise, it is going to be the Lucian that tops it at 25,000. That's a no. Yep. Only a couple of K ahead of Runts' Tristana, but I mean, it really does speak volumes to sort of how big of a difference it was, right? You're talking about mid lane and jungle having a 6k gold difference across their counterparts, and the gold translates into the damage differences that we're seeing here too.
Yeah, and I mean, for me too, you think, I look at this as a problem, right? Like, what does Garen do? What's Garen's role in this game? Garen's job is to just build tanks, soak damage. What's Aurelia's role in this game? It's to do damage, right? You don't pick Aurelia to tank by any means. And they really just pumped out the same numbers, so that's obviously a pretty significant problem, and maybe something that they need to reassess for game 2, because again, if you are just being denied a damage pick from someone that can do that, it's really tough.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw that, you know, these are champions that they look so good on No Honor just moments before, and if that is their strongest picks, we're clutching at straws here. We're not too sure, but that seemed to be where they've had the strongest performances, at least tonight. If those are what they're looking to try and put their feet forward with first, then, you know, they're going to have to try and come up with something a little bit different, because, you know, some of the moments in this game, it was the classic Yanni show looking for the ganks, but otherwise, you know, it was Master doing a bit of a number on him.
Well, maybe these instances here on our replay, these were just mechanical diff, right? He actually misses the Graves ulti, which they have to commit another body, another death to get the kill onto the Lucian. And just those little things, right? Even on the back end here, watch that Sano go back around the wall and land the blind Q. I mean, just little things like that. They just change the momentum of the game. They get you the gold that you need, the little influx, and then they force you to go that bit deeper, like we're seeing here. And again, outplayed a little bit here on the back end. You know, Vamos is able to flash over the wall, and even in these instances, these little chunks of damage means that Yanni can't participate, flashing red health bar on the bottom left-hand screen, and it's just a 3v5. Obviously, this was the Baron still, not much to say about that one. It happens, I guess. Yeah,
how crazy is that though? If you actually see it, it's actually Keith, the recipient of it, and he actually just walks onto the Baron and basically says, you can damage me. Actually, you can damage the Baron too, right? So a little bit of a blip on the radar, but otherwise, you know, it was as clean as it comes for, you know, 90% of that game.
Yeah, clean as a whistle, to be honest, besides the Baron falling down. Obviously stalls the game that little bit longer, but even when they got the Baron, they still got cleaned up in the next team fight, so it never really felt like TDF were out of control of this game. But back to the drawing board, you know, they still have a lot of time, No Honor, to bring this one back. Maybe a few adjustments in the pick ban. Maybe some they need to reassess the priority that they have on certain champions. But it's all to play for. You know, I don't think this was a blowout by any means. It was a clean game, but you could see the mechanical skill, the teamwork was still there for No Honor, but they just need to step it up maybe one more step.
Yeah, because TDF, Team Don't Feed, just a level above on that occasion, just getting it a little bit more intimidating. And that's the reason they find themselves 1-0 so far in this best of 3. We're going to see how it closes, and if it will close as a clean 2-0 as we jump in to our next break.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, eh. You see it through, you see it through.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember. You stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together.
jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
It's a battle at the top of the table here as we have No Honor taking on TDF to try and decide which team will remain undefeated after this one. Came into that one, guns blazing, taking pretty much everything on the map. One small blip with a bit of drama there as No Honor able to steal away at Baron, but ultimately it wasn't enough of a swing for them to come back in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. Like, there wasn't a gold swing, wasn't a gold pivot. That didn't really amount to anything with that Baron steal. But all things considered, right? Little hiccup in the road, maybe a little bump, a little bit of a speed hump. Went a bit too fast over the speed hump, and you know, it was relatively a clean game, right? Maybe we want to see some tweaks in the draft. We want to see some changes in the pick and ban, and maybe that's going to help No Honor a little bit.
Yeah, keen to see what No Honor can showcase to us because they've shown so far they're very keen to fight. They're very keen to unlock mid lane first of all and look to try and roam. We know that Australia is an individual that really wants to find a mechanics max, match up where he can look to try and find a very early aggressive trade in the laning phase. He wants to try and get a kill solo to start things off. Not keen to just wait around and decide, be it a dragon or a baron. So I'm keen to see where he goes. As for TDF, though, the new team on the block, right, that has sort of, I want to say held us hostage because they've had banger series so far, rounds 1 and 2. They've gone the full distance of a best of 3. They're here now looking very strong. And I mean, depending on how this draft plays out, depending on this game plays out, this could potentially be their first 2 of the night.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I'm surprised about, right? After watching that first game, kind of how have they gone down that rabbit hole of like 3 games every single time? You know, maybe that's where they're finding, maybe they have a little bit of inconsistencies in their performance. So we'll see how they start this next game off, right? Is it going to be a real solid early game, a real solid start to the game? Because, yeah, like you said, you know, we've been held hostage, if you will, just a little bit. And by them, in terms of their games, you know, being such a long length.
Yeah.
But there's been no red flags for me, right? After watching that first game, everyone across the board was strong. And I think the thing that I like the most is that they actually have a clear identity, the way that they play the game, in terms of having that tank top laner, in terms of having, you know, double 80 carry, double damage composition, right? It just fits, and it's your traditional front to back team fight composition. And again, I don't think we've seen a pure out and out tank top laner tonight.
No, and he built like a tank, but he did the damage of an Aurelia building to carry. So I suppose that really says it all. Big discrepancies in the jungle and in the mid lane. A 6k lead for Vamos and a 6k lead for Master as well in their combination as a Lucian and an Eve. Get the seed out, loading into the second pick and ban phase. What changes will be made? Because we have seen, and that is the beauty of a best of 3, that you can apply decisions. And Evelyn, this time, is no bueno.
And I wonder if we're actually ever going to see Australia play. This has just been like perma banned against him. So I'm super disappointed, excited, whatever you want to call it, to see if he gets that one.
2 champions that popped off the most have been removed, and no surprises there this time. Chum of the Waters will have that removed as well in biz. So No Honor still opting for blue side, still going to get themselves a first pick. We did see this come out in the second game last time around from No Honor, where Runts locked in the Kaiser, had a bit of a pop-off performance as a result, but it does seem like Corki is the standout response, as in, if we're going to be aggressive, if we're going to go for those objectives, the package, you can't do much about it.
And Wukong Corki seem to be the two that are synonymous with each other, right? Like, you know, in all of the games, I believe that there's been a Corki, there's been a Wukong in the game, but maybe on the opposite team. But I know for sure we've seen Corki, Wukong, same team 2 times, right? And maybe that's where I guess you see these 2 picks drafted, right? In the sense that, you know, when it comes to those dragons, obviously Dragon being such a factor that in all of these games, in any Wild Rift game, like, you need to stack up those dragons. You need to contest the Rift Heralds. And the, you know, Corki putting down the package, putting down the red carpet just gives Wukong a free engage into the back line. And so, again, maybe that's what they're going to be looking for in this game.
Certainly could be, as they've got themselves now potentially a fair few knock-ups. You've got the Wukong, as you touch on. Now the Gragas, there's the Lulu. If there's ever a word for a Yasuo, I'm thinking now, surely. But if they're looking to try and leave it till last to try and consider it, maybe. No, I'd have opted to go back to business again, stick with what's worked best for them, keep the Greys, keep the Alistair, but flex things up now in the mid lane, and Chum the Waters will be playing the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, he will be playing the TF, but TF into Corki. So we've seen this matchup earlier tonight. A little bit of a nothing lane, a little bit of a resident sleeper, right? Twisted Fate often just opts into leaving the lane. And I mean, both drafts have some very obvious win conditions. One wants to team fight. One wants to get out of laning phase even and really just, you know, start to stack those neutral objectives. The other one, specifically Chum the Waters on this Twisted Fate, probably wants to influence the map a little bit more early. I mean, from what we've seen from him, he's the guy who dives bot lane. He's the guy who roams when he can roam and influences the map. So the Twisted Fate, for me, makes a lot of sense. This is his champion, and this is, I think, where he can really open the game up.
I think this is perfect for the repertoire of what's available in his back locker, right? You know, you're thinking champions that can punch on, that can add the initiation, but also the dive potential. So you're really looking for level 5 to come on through as quickly as possible for him and make sure that first Destiny, the first ultimate, does find success in a kill, an assist, or some form of trade that works in No Honor's favor. Game number 2 here, Team Don't Feed, currently leading the series. We didn't get the Yasuo Juves. I got my hopes up for a second, potentially thinking it'd be Corki in the bot lane. And it is, but not in the fashion that we had imagined.
It's Corki in the mid lane.
Well, I was trying to catch you off there with the fact that Corki's the bottom on the right-hand side of the scoreboard.
Yeah, no, it's happened to me multiple times because, obviously used to the order.
Yes,
but... yeah, the order gets you sometimes. So it is. Yeah, I always got to double check. It is Corki in the mid lane into the Twisted Fate. You can see how that happens though.
It does happen. It's the life of a caster, as we'll see once again. Australia not keen to tank. Why would he? He wants to play these skill check bruises that can look to be a bit of a fighter, be a bit of a menace. We've seen already a bit of Fiora gameplay tonight. Seems that Keith really is relegated to those tank duties. Vamos in so much trouble. He tanks one turret too many. Pops the barrier, and he is going to fall him down for first blood.
And you wonder how that's happened in the mid lane, right? We didn't get to see a significant portion of that trade. He obviously took a turret hit, dived a little bit too deep, got baited by the barrier. And it's a nice pick up, a nice solo kill there coming out of Chum the Waters. And topside.
Yeah, Australia now in a bit of trouble himself. Flashing on to get towards Keith to try and dash towards him and, you know, proc the lethal, hit the angles, and get the kill to try and survive in that 1v2. It's not to be the case. A very explosive start here. 2 kills in 2 minutes.
I was about to say, crazy game to start, right? Two kills in 2 minutes. And, you know, it's arguably in the places that you want in respective sides, right? In terms of, obviously, you want Chum the Waters on the Twisted Fate to get the kill early, going to hit an early ultimate. And, you know, with the state of this bot lane, this could be his first ultimate.
Here we go. This is what you love to see. 4v2, looking for it. Gold card to start. Yanni to follow. Managed to run away from it, though, Jubes. That is fantastic from TDF.
Look, they didn't get any kills, but I would argue that, you know, that's an insurance kill. You know, you've put that one in, it's an investment. You've put that one in the bank. Now you have the duration of their flash time as being down. to go there with the Alistair flash because he can just flash pulverize. They're as good as dead. So you best believe Yanni's going to pop his head back bot side. And I mean, the current state of the wave is less than favorable. And we may even just see them go in here.
He's definitely hunting for it, laying down some vision, making sure they're not going to get ganked by the Wukong. But we know that Master is just gone for a reset, now pathing towards his own topside jungle. No deviation here from Yanni, still working his way towards that Ghost Blade rush. Wants the damage, wants to be the carry.
The one thing I wanted to touch on before all of the chaos happened, as we see a soft gank, I'll call it. Gragas opted in for Grasp with the Undying as the rune of choice.
Yeah.
So, you know, I thought maybe we've seen Aftershock all night. Aftershock for me is one of the better rune choices, right? In terms of, you know, doing your job in a team fight. You're building full tank. You want to be able to sustain and really just sit in that team fight for as long as you can. Aftershock's going to do that for you. Especially, you know, in the Fiora lane, you're not going to be trading autos too much, right? If you're trading autos, you're probably losing. So I think that, you know, we'll have to see if Keith can make this one work.
It's interesting, though, that he's elected for that, right? Saying, I'm going to sacrifice a little bit of the team fight durability just to say that if this Fiora is going to be a bit of a nuisance, then I can at least try and get something from it with those Grasp stacks. Let's see, though, what it does mean, because he is the self-elected tank player, the one that will get the job done. Even if he could have gone full AP and had a bit of fun with it, he's not going to do that here today. Dragon is there, 3v3 taking place down bot side. Members looking to reset, top lane is gone. They're down here now. Might be our first 5v5 of the game.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams set the pace or set the tone early last game, right? Not wanting to give over objectives without a contest. So it's definitely going to be a 5v5.
You have to start things off with as the Dragon gets low, down to 50, a 3-man pulverized, but that's a Valkyrie package, it just does so much damage. You're locked in place, burn is the word, the damage is there, but somehow, No Honor are looking to find the kills first. 1 for 1, now make that 2 for 1 against them. That's just a strength of TDF and their positional advantages. Their target selection is just a little bit too good. Vamos with the triple kill, the hero of game 1, the hero soon to be here in game 2. But Yanni actually dies for his sins and says, oi boys, we'll get yourself an Infernal Dragon at my expense.
Yeah, that's a 5-minute ace and a pretty significant gold swing, all things considered, right? They weren't able to pick up any turrets. They didn't actually pick up anything. But look at the package here. You know, they got such a good package. It's completely zoning the follow-up from the rest of No Honor. If No Honor could get over that package and follow up instantaneously, they actually probably win that. Yanni gets the dragon, and a lot of his focus was on burning that dragon down and not actually winning the team fight. So the split decision-making is actually what cost them there. Because TDF just opted in for the fight. Team Don't Feed said, you know what, you have the dragon, we'll fight. So you kind of got to weigh up now what was worth it, the Infernal Dragon or the fight win.
Well, not much time to deliberate that. Because in fitting fashion here, Team Don't Feed are back on the mace, back on the base, back on the map, back in the game, back taking objectives. They've picked up the Herald for themselves now. We did for them last time around. They managed to find themselves at a foot where they could siege through mid, summon it up, claim 2 turrets, and really unlock the base to roam wherever they damn please.
Yeah, and again, it's just literally, it's just OS meta at the moment, right? Pick up the dragon, reset, flip towards the Herald, and have a fight up there. Top lane gank at the moment.
Yes, ooh, Australia's just lucky. He just managed to touch all those different vitals, proc the ultimate and get a little bit of HP back, was certainly low. And so are the bottom lane here of No Honor, as one rocket connects, looking for the empowered one, not just yet. Phosphorus Bomb comes across, and Master dashes on through, secures that kill. A 4-man collapse, Deja Vu juice. It's not mid lane, it's bot lane. There's 1 turret's gone, and surely a second to follow again.
Yeah, you think this turret is going down. They have the Jinx, really good turret pusher. You know, the Corki as well is there with the Essence Reaver. So this turret is going to fall down very quickly, and they may even be able to get this. Now, it's being collapsed on by the Twisted Fate, so we'll see if he does anything on the back end here. Vamos is low on health and mana, but Keith is here to contest. No.
Not willing to commit to that, at least with him locked underneath his own turret, feeling topped up and healthy, very much so protected. Now, how good is TDF at identifying these situations where they can actually look to make those plays? Twice now, the same thing has happened. Chum the Waters looking to try and get a bit of vengeance and turn things around. The Acacian missiles coming across and don't take out Vamos, but Australia's looking to try and do it all on his own. There's the wild growth. The riposte 1v5 hits Australia against the world, and you can be as patriotic as you like, but you can't do it all, mate. He is going to fall on that. It's Lulu that gets the kill, but he did manage to secure the shutdown onto the Corki.
And Ayani on the back end there used the Graves ultimate to pick up the kill onto the Jinx. So 2 for 2, not a terrible result if you're a No Honor fan, because how that fight started was less than favorable. But interesting question, I guess. Maybe we'll get a replay. Did Runt's Kaiser ultimate into Jinx traps and then therefore get denied? I feel like that maybe happened. Yeah, I
was
feel
so
like it
firmly
maybe
fixated
happened
on Australia.
Yeah, no, it might have happened, and if that did, that's kind of a big deal because it actually kept Vamos alive that little bit longer. But anyway, we'll if we get to revisit it, we'll revisit it. If not, it is what it is.
Certainly will be what it is. As another dragon up in 10 seconds. Time to group up and find that moment to shine once more. As everybody is looking to try and get themselves a little bit of vision right now. Australia playing towards that top side. Still waiting to get the second item complete. Really wants that Trinity Force to be the menace and literally put on that clinic of diving in, acting as a tank, carrying so much damage.
Oh, wow.
Doing it all. Look at the poke, though, from the Cork. It's disgusting.
It's so oppressive at this point. I mean, they're not even trying to contest. I mean, they can't even contest, but what can Australia do here? Nothing on the back end. Yeah, it's just so tough when the game is in this state, right? The Corki's the one that's fed. He's just able to keep so many members zoned from walking in at ramp. And I mean, to top that one off, he's just got the package as well. I mean, this turret just might go down. If they want to dive, they can dive.
Certainly can.
What a damage
turret of the game
there.
gone as quickly as that. I mean, look at it as a result, right? Looking to try and zone members away. You don't typically think of TF as being that sort of that focal point of damage output, but it's enough to threaten Vamos to have to use that package to disengage away from. So I suppose it is really the silver lining 10 minutes into this one where TDF have a 2k lead.
Yeah. And 2k is nothing to write home about, but in terms of the draft that TDF have put together, in terms of the scaling, right, you got to look at the Lulu, the Jinx, the Corki. What can Australia do here? Riposte?
For it, wait for the flash forward, hits the riposte and gets out of harm's way.
Baron.
A lovely barrier. All the summoners utilized a fantastic effect. Now he's hunting for fruit. He needs a little bit of HP because he can't go to that Baron. The spit will take him out. He's forced to reset. Now, I don't know if he has the TP advantage to come back into this one, but I tell you what, TF has got into the mix of things and taken out. That's a no. There's a pole to try and take out another, but somehow Vamos has got a double. He's looking to try and pad these members low. The Gatling gun is running overtime. The Baron is still engaged. And that was acting as a contributing member to how low members of No Honor were. And ultimately, 4 members fall on down as Australia rocks back up and realizes that his team is all dead and gone.
Yeah, that's a really tight fight, to be honest with you. I thought that was going to go a lot worse for No Honor than it actually did right there. Tanking the Baron. Keith gets a flank. They burnt a lot of cooldowns. You know, the Wukong was dangerously low from the earlier skirmish. So, I mean, as a result, it's not horrible. It could have gone a lot worse. And they're still within touching distance. It is only 3k. Nothing too big. It's always going to come down to execution. But the later that this game goes, with the champions that TDF have drafted, with the Jinx, with the Corki, you'd have to say it's going to get harder and harder. Especially since you have the Twisted Fate. What does Twisted Fate want to do? Obviously land the gold cards, but they have QSSs on 2 carries now.
Yeah, and he's a world away from getting that rapid fire cannon achieved as well, right? So he's going to have to get very much in the thick of the fight to try and land that gold card to start things off with. He's got the damage if he can actually live for a bit of time, Rod of Ages as well as the Lich Bane, but if you look at the double bomb setup of a Corki and a Jinx, you're getting a little bit worried right now.
That was a very quick QSS. Instantaneous. I mean, you burned the Destiny for the QSS, so gotta be happy with that trade if you're the Jinx. Master might be
being caught in vision. He's just gonna get stunned. The redemption is gonna come out down here from Yanni, hoping that it could look to try and be of some form of assistance. It's not, unfortunately. Now, TDF don't have a jungler. The first time they've not been at a point of power to actually start off the Baron. We're going to run it back. No honor. Looking to try and get this one for themselves. Australia flanked by Ringer Rosie. They're looking to try and cycle this one around. Yanni on his own just gets taken out by Vamos. There's the package to engage and take out Micro 2. What started as a double now becomes a triple. 4v5. Forget a jungler. Smite's overrated. Thanks for the leash.
And Vamos has just said, come on boys, Vamos, let's go, I'm ready. Picked up the triple kill there, the tree play, and I mean, this game has just gone from bad to worse for No Honor, but the crazy thing is No Honor were the ones that were forcing that objective. They were the ones that started that Baron up. They even heard the package animation, alright? Like, you can't miss it. You cannot miss that sound, right? Especially when you're on that Baron, but a few danger pings went down, but it was a little bit decision making, and I think that's been the difference tonight.
It has been. Now they've got themselves back into their comfort zone. Soon to be a 10,000 gold lead. They picked up another dragon. They got the mobility. They got the sustain. And with the remnants of this Baron buff, one more reset and they might look to try and end it.
Yeah, I mean, that is, that's always the concern, that's always the threat when you have the Baron buff, is that you can lose the game in one push. And I mean, off the back end here, you see Vamos packages in. And honestly, doesn't get any value from the package in terms of damage, but doesn't need it. He's just so fed at this point. Has 3 items, and it's just significant.
It certainly is. There's not much more to say about it, right? It kind of just speaks for itself. Hit the tab check, look at the scoreboard, see what these guys have rocking for them right now. And big gold leads to talk about once again in the mid lane. He's up by 4,000. It was 6k last time. He just knows how to find a lead. He knows how to actually utilize it too. I think that's more impressive than anything.
It's really hard to stop the siege now. Because what do? The Jinx sets up, the Corki sets up, and they're able to put down so much poke, so much harass. And your composition in terms of the No Honors draft, they have the hard engage from the alley, but look at that, that's one rocket. One rocket has absolutely just forced them off the last turret of the game.
Yeah, forced them back to the fountain. It was looking like a bit of a 1-4 split, but they've now hard committed to that top tier 1, or top turret, I should say, that's now going to start sporting supers. Australia's back into the mix of things right now, getting rowdy about it. Too much CC for him to even play the video game. He's going to fall on down his master and lands a 3-man cyclone. Bouncy Castle, they're all knocked up. They can't play themselves either. And now
Keith.
try and pick up the pieces to hope that they can look to live in this game. It's just not enough, Duke. This is a little bit too good. TDF only dropping 1. Everything thrown at Vamos. They're angered by his presence. The pressure he's put in this series. But ultimately, TDF get their first 2-0 of the night.
First 2-0 of the night, and what a time to get it, right? I mean, this is later in the rounds. This is the round 3 victory, so, you know, you're expecting it to get harder and harder, but at the moment, it looks like it's just getting easier and easier for them, and it's maybe just them clicking as a team. This is the experiences that they've taken out of the first 2 rounds, maybe the synergy that they've built up. We don't know how much practice these teams have had coming in, right? In terms of have they been able to practice together? What's their strategy been like? Have they had a lot of conversations surrounding draft? But, you know, we'll move to the stats just to figure out kind of what happened in this game and who were the big points of focus.
Well, should come as no surprises there. All the accolades went towards Vamos. He's become the MVP 2 games back-to-back in this series. Really put in a tall order. And coming up second would be Chum the Water, who tried something a little bit different this time around. Unfortunately for him, that first Destiny was it looked good bot side with a 4v2. Wasn't able to achieve much more than that. They got the summoners. You highlight as being now a second point of focus for them to try and revisit that lane, but the revisit just wasn't possible. Too much vision and too much protection by the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit rough for Chum the Waters too, because he actually picked up the solo kill very early on onto Vamos, right? And another player that kind of deserves, I guess, an honorable mention, it is Yanni on the Lulu. I mean, 3-0-16, no deaths, almost 100% kill participation. You've got to be very happy with that. And he's done it on multiple champions, right? I mean, he started off on the Nami, I believe.
Yeah.
And he's pivoted into the Lulu. So in terms of playing enchanters at the support position, he's actually, well, from what I've seen, one of the best at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they rushed the redemption. They got that one online nice and quickly. Know what their focus is. Buff up these AD carries. We've got 2 of them. There has not been a difference here from Team Don't Feed. Mid-bot, lock those in. If we get a win, we can siege so effectively. And that's what they've done now, right? Both games, if they've found an invitation to try and take something, they've taken just a few bits more. And Yanni slotted quite nicely into that one, really allowing those 2 to shine and be as empowered as possible. Commiserations, though, to No Honor, who will find themselves now with a defeat against their records. It was 2-0 beforehand, but now they'll find themselves as 2-1. Few moments for them to be a little bit excited about. Australia this time around, 12k damage to his name. He did manage to beat out Keith, who went the full tank Gragas, but it wasn't enough on this occasion. He was trying to do too much on his own.
Yeah, and I mean, across the board, right, pretty even damage spread. Vamos obviously topping the numbers there. I'm surprised from Master, to be honest. Only 5k on that Wukong. Had a bit of a rough time getting picked in the side lane, but he was still able to have the team fight impact later in the game that he wanted to have. And I mean, Chum the Waters had a pretty good performance on the Twisted Fate there, as you can see, 16k DPS. And in terms of the rest of the stats, I mean, Vamos pretty much has all the boxes ticked. And he's even taken damage, I guess, if you want to throw that one out there.
Exactly. I mean, he was the focus, right? I mean, I think he finished that game with 3 deaths. I mean, we'll discount the first one
deaths.
for questionable reasons. Was it 4 deaths? Well, yeah, I mean, essentially he was the focus, so. Right? We've had enough of this Corki. He had the crazy moment at the start of the game when he dies to the turret, maybe being a little bit too aggressive as a lane bully, but you know, he's clearly put out the big damage to justify the fact that, you know, I can take the numbers too, I can be the focal point. But it doesn't matter because we got the victory, and that's all that matters. That now means that Team Don't Feed, with the perfect 3-0, will be one of the first teams now to qualify into that top 8 round, where they can feel pretty comfortable around how the rest of the night plays out.
Maybe they can experiment with something skimmy. Maybe they can try something that, you know, they didn't feel or they didn't feel comfortable or at ease to do. So we'll have to take stock of what they decide to do for the rest of the night. I mean, it could just be, you know, what's going to work for us going forward. Do we need to do anything? What can we adapt? What can we change? Use it as a bit of practice, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Or just continue doing what you guys are doing and just run over the rest of the competition and make everyone feared to come up against you.
Yeah, certainly multiple different avenues you can take in this one, right? Look to try and get some experience with different compositions in stage practice, or as you say, get the perfect 5-0, make sure that teams are fearing you, make sure that they know that you're a team to not take lightly, for good reason too, because here's the highlight reel. Here are some of the plays that they made in this game in particular. Yep. And I mean, across the boards, conviction and strength.
Yeah, conviction's the key word here, because they've committed to a play, and all 5 members from the side of TDF are doing it, right? And then you look on the other side of the hand, you know, and this is pretty much the story of the game. No Honor, it's kind of split decision making. A couple times Danger pings to back off, but they don't back off, and some members do, and it's here and neither here nor there. But TDF, 5 members on the screen. We know we're going to contest the Dragon, or we know we're going to play for the team fight. It's just a 100% decision making. Whereas the same couldn't be said for No Honor, even on these Baron takes, right? Like off the back end here, you know, disjointed, very disjointed. But again, very joint and very clean and very concise team fighting for TDF. Again, they have members fall down, but they're fighting at a deficit because Master got caught earlier in this clip.
Yeah, and it's just confidence. The fact that they can actually make that play and say, we're not deterred by the fact that it's going to be a 4v5. Maybe other teams would have been felt, you know, threatened by that, but they've clearly got a firm grasp on what their comp can achieve, their relative power spikes, and what they can actually do even with a numbers deficit. By that point, they had a fairly strong gold lead, as you can see here. This is that final push with that super minion starting to come on through that top lane. 10k up by that point, and whilst Vamos was taken out, he was the only one taken out, as the rest of the team were able to wrap that game with a clean 2-0. So now you start to wonder, with that being said, there are only 2 undefeated teams left now at the top of the table. Team Don't Defeat were one of them. And I've also got word here that He2E Gaming won their game up against Japan X Fan Club. So that's a bit of an upset, given we had a few fans in chat supporting them before, saying that they're the best team. Now you're thinking, all right, a few more teams to start watching.
Yeah, and I mean, apparently, like, again, don't know how accurate this is. Some of the fans in chat said they hadn't lost any scrims leading up to this. So if that's the case, like if that is facts, then Japan X, that's a very big upset. I mean, I'm sure I know. If I had to guess, I'm pretty sure I know who will be spectating next game, but we'll have to wait and see for that one. You know,
Certainly will.
so I guess we're starting to see the top end really mold itself, right? And before we even discuss the top end and which teams you know are favorable and we're really looking at as a favorites, the MVP.
Yeah, let's bring the MVP up. I imagine we all know who it may be. And it is going to be the big man in the mid lane as Vamos. Played the Lucian game 1, crushed it. Played the Corki game number 2. And the stats tubes, I mean, they're just out of this world. The KDA is clean as it comes. The kill participation, as high as it goes. Pretty much everything ran through him.
Yeah, I mean, 6 KDA, obviously doesn't die that much, but also gets a few kills before he dies, as you can tell by that statistic. Damage dealt 24k. That's up there with the highest that we've seen all night, right? Close to, at least. So the fact that he's consistently putting out those numbers is just a testament to the type of mid laner he is. You know, total gold, obviously depending on the amount of kills, game time, it is what it is. But kill participation, a very big one in terms of 80%. You know, 80% of what happens on the map goes through him. Obviously, being a mid laner, he's the focal point, he's the center of it all. But you know, what I mean, you still got to get involved, still got to play the team fights to a T, because you can't get assists on 80 carries or kills if you're not alive.
Certainly can't. And this is sort of the exciting time now, because whilst the night started out with, you know, nothing really too crazy happening in the laning phase and more so towards those objectives, he's kind of announced himself as a lane bully, one that wants to try and get a lead nice and early. And the proof is in the pudding in the fact that both times you look at the post-match screen and you see that he's up by 5,000 or 6,000 gold, enough so that, you know, he is able to get the kills, get his teammates involved and say, we will win this. Numbers are, you know, numbers forgiving. It doesn't matter. I individually am strong enough. So now you're starting to get a bit of a picture here that we've got some very good junglers, but also at the top of the table here, some fantastic laners.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, like jungle mid lane kind of Batman and Robin, your sidekick. So makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I mean, fantastic game. And we'll have to keep an eye on TDF, you know, what they're going to do in the rest of this bracket, in the rest of this run, in the rest of the rounds, because obviously one of the only undefeated teams left. Now, who do they come up against? Like, we don't actually know, but I feel like there's been enough information out there for the rest of the teams to really break it down and analyze who's hot, who's not. You know, do we need to take away the double 80 carries away from Vamos? You know, do we need to ban Australia's Riven? So it's going to be all these things to consider.
Certainly lots to consider, and certainly lots for us to get excited for, because after the break, it's round number 4.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Palm drop to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awakened, quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup. so gone, miserable. Won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to pressing for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and not. I can't pretend to like you.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City of lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. It doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. want a time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And welcome back to the show. Let's crack on with things. Round number 4, not too far away. My name is Skimmy. This is Jubes. We're kicking off things here. 10:30. We're locked in, strapped in for some action. 2 more rounds.
I'll tell you what.
Best of freeze, actually, Jubes, to get ourselves excited, mate. I'm excited. I'm trying to bring up the energy because I know that you've just given yourself some energy too.
I've lit a candle. I've literally lit a candle because it's getting to that point of the night where it's getting romantic. It's round 4. We're starting to see some real intricacies on the rift, and why not? Why not light up the candle? Get the smell going and all that.
The scent of success, isn't it, really? And that's what we've seen from a lot of these teams, as we saw Team Don't Feed on your screen before. The perfect 3-0. They're the first team to qualify through now into the second stage, right? Because by the end of this, 16 will become 8, and we'll have ourselves a playoff section that'll become just a fraction more exciting. But it's not all about Team Don't Feed. Obviously, there's other teams involved there as well. So let's bring up those standings and see where the rest of the pack stand so far. Teams highlighted are the ones that are qualified already, and the teams grayed out. Yes, unfortunately for Synchronized and Cursed Vegetables, it wasn't to be their day. They bowed out gracefully here. An 0-3 record, not a chance for them to be seen on action on the big screen here. Plenty of teams now juggling the water as, you know, a couple of teams, Jacuzzi Dogs, the Chosen One, 2-1, No Honor up there as well, 2-1. Looking to try and potentially get themselves into the mix of another team that can qualify as well. Japan X Fan Club, as we mentioned, up there with Kraken Esports Club 2. One game away and a chance for them to really stamp their authority and say, we deserve to be here, Juves.
Yeah, and I mean, the name says it all, right? If we're really breaking it down, cursed vegetables, a little bit cursed, if I'm being completely honest.
Sure.
But I mean, across the board, it's just, you know, you get to round 4, you get to this time of the night, and you can just see there's so much pressure. There's just pressure everywhere. Like Kraken Esports Club, they've brought it back to 2-1, right? They got 2-0'd quite convincingly by Jacuzzi Dogs, and now,
yeah,
I mean, they're in contention. Like, it is really tight after round 3, and I mean, we're gonna go to the round 4 schedule now of who's versing who, but I mean, it's literally anyone for the taking.
Certainly is anyone's for the taking. Only 2 teams now still undefeated. That is your next matchup there, illuminated in green. Finally, the fans at home that have been keen to see Japan X Fan Club in action will get their wish granted. They're going to be taking on the Chosen One TCO. We saw them play earlier tonight, Juves. They actually got beat 2-0, clean swept by No Honor in round 2. And given that we've seen No Honor now back-to-back, it starts to put into consideration, truly, how strong is the Chosen One going into Japan?
I'm really happy that we get to see this match for 2 reasons. Firstly, obviously, these teams are the pick of the bunch at the moment, right? Obviously, Japan X Fan Club did lose a game, but nevertheless, right, they're still the teams to beat from what we've heard, what we've seen. And they actually still have some fans in the chat. So, you know, I think that's good that they get to actually see their team play on broadcast, right? You know, reward them for being around, hanging around with us all night. Drunkard in top lane, Genka in the jungle, Joker in the mid lane, Resilience, 80 carry, and Blue, I'm not even going to try and say that, in support.
I believe we saw his in-game tag as Blue Mezcal. That's what we're going for. But we've you know, we've made that nice and easy. We've abbreviated it down to Blue, as he's looking at the color that shines brightly in the bot lane for them. Here we go, though, for Japan X, and they've got themselves a lineup that looks a little bit like this. Shaco in the top lane, not the champion, but literally the name himself. Trip in the jungle. Bernard is your mid laner. Enjoy, looking to put on a bit of a show as the AD carry, and Jelly as the supported troops. I mean, we thought we had it done beforehand where we saw TDF with the names. Japan X have just taken it one step further.
Well, the reason I'm laughing is because the fan in chat that that I thought was like a Japan X fan might actually be the support, right? Jelly, right? Or not?
I see him typing there. Yeah, Jelly Simo. Well, maybe he's
either
a self-confessed fan.
That person's either a Jelly fan or that's literally Jelly. We'll get confirmation, I'm sure. But nevertheless, that's hilarious.
He's hyping himself up because he's keen to get on stage and show people that, hey, look, pumping myself up in Twitch chat, but let me now, you know, convert the hype into reality, into action. Let's see what it looks like, because I don't think we're too far away from the draft. That's the word from the producer, and here we go. The Chosen One on the blue side, Japan X Fan Club on the right-hand side. And Juves, if I was a betting man, we've already seen that if your name says Fizz, you lock it in. Will we see a top Shaco?
I don't know. Will we?
It was a bit of a nothing question, was it? It didn't really lead to much.
Was it just a rhetorical? It was a rhetorical. Don't even answer it. Whatever.
Yeah. What are those like little hype questions, right? Where you're like, yeah, sure, why not? Maybe, sure.
No, if you asked me 2 rounds earlier, and 5 hours ago, maybe I would have broken it down for you. But at this point, I'm leaning on you. I'm leaning on you. But Kaiser, priority again, picked up first pick by the Chosen One. Now, question quickly before we get too far into draft. You know how their name is the Chosen One?
Yeah.
When they get into a team fight as a collective, are we allowed to say the Chosen Ones? For plural?
Why not? I see no reason why not.
We can, right?
Surely.
I've been thinking about it. It's been playing on my mind.
Well, look, mate. If it's spring, if you find yourself in a bit of a a moment of magic and madness to hit the play-by-play switch, run with it. Because I'm not going to stop you. I know what you can achieve with it. We are going to get ourselves that first Diana of the night. It hasn't been banned, so Trip's going to lock it in. And if we get ourselves a Leona too, a couple of new champions for us to feast our eyes on.
Yeah, some new champions again. We haven't seen many of these tonight, or any of these rather. We haven't seen the Diana, haven't seen the Leona, haven't seen the Malphite. We have seen the Lee Sin, and it was an absolute pop-off performance from Genka. Unfortunately, they did lose that game still. But, I mean, we do know and we have seen his proficiency on that champion. So, excited to see what he can do with that one.
Something I keep to see what he can try and achieve. Yeah. I mean, TF just seems to be far too strong to give up right now, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of crazy to see how strong it is in Wild Rift. It's putting out, you know, a lot of damage. It's certainly... not your utility mage, right? It's certainly that and some with a lot of damage that's certainly up there in the rankings.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot more damage. Has the CC, has the utility. So far, I mean, the composition that the Chosen One have put together, it's a really nice side lane composition. I feel like that's kind of a overused statement that we've had tonight, but it really is, right? Like, Camille's going to be happy sitting in this side lane, and Twisted Fate is going to come and try and influence that lane. And then you think about the draft on the other side of the coin, right? It's a Malphite, you know, it's hard engage. It's got all the buttons to go to start the fight, to win the 5v5. Now, if there's something that, Skimmy, that I have to say, at least from what I've initially seen from the games today, obviously First Dragon is a massive contest once the ultimates come around, level 6-ish, right? And we do see 5v5s. Now, it seems that the go button compositions with the 5v5 draft really do just come out ahead because they end up winning the team fight, getting the dragon, putting the pressure on, and ultimately running away with the game.
Yeah, a lot of these times, you know, the game has really snowballed out of control just from that one moment, right? And you can sort of understand why sometimes teams are a little bit risk apprehensive. Not too keen to dive into the deep end too beyond, but we're seeing what TCO can do. What can Japan X Fan Club do? Because they've given us a lot of dive, a lot of damage, and a wombo combo, much to your point, that could snowball early.
And so it's actually Diana in the mid lane. I mean, that's probably something that we skimmed past a little bit, right? It's not Diana in the jungle. And it's going to be the Wukong in the jungle, right? So Diana's going to have a little bit of presence onto the Twisted Fate, has the gap close, has the mobility to be able to trade in lane when need be. So we have to keep an eye on that one and see how that lane plays out. Some
strong engage with that Moonfall come level 5 and really allows you to group up, make it so much easier for the likes of Trip and Shaco here to find their success. Speaking of the devil, he's the one in trouble right now. Sidesteps the cards and it's not going to fall on down. But definitely feeling a little bit of pain and punishment in the first gank of the game.
Well, he had to burn his flash and he burnt his barrier, so he's summonerless and he's playing a melee range champ, so it's hard for him to play the lane safely because he needs to walk up and auto-attack the minion wave. So I dare say we're just going to see repeat upon repeat from Ganka, and I mean true to his name, right? Might even see a contest on the Scuttle Crab here early on. Priority is with the Japan X Fan Club.
Despite that, Bernard is looking to still be active on the map and gets himself in. Actually, so much so that zones away Drunkard. They had the gold card lined up, but they felt threatened. Not a fight they wanted to go for. Bot lane was called for. Bot lane couldn't get there in time. And ultimately, when the 2v2 did battle, it seems like Japan X came out on top.
Is he going to... Yeah, he's able to pick up top crab too, so whilst it is a little bit of a denial, it's nothing huge, nothing major, right?
Nothing too much for us to get upset about so early on, as still sniffing at trouble in the mid lane. Looking to try and keep as much CS in his back pocket. Down a little bit at the moment, as you can see there, down roughly 300. Not enough to really come home and cry about, but certainly feeling the pressure of being summonerless. And I mean, we're looking at bot lane and you're starting to think Braum is just such a staple here. Really looking to shut down any form of aggression that any team can really put together.
Braum's a really good pick in this game because the whole draft with JPX is just dive, right? And it's not a rangy composition by any means. Like Diana's a melee range champ, Leona's melee range, Malphite's melee range. So the value from the Braum passive is going to be so high this game. And if they're able to proc those stuns in those team fights, I mean, it's just going to be so hard to move.
Blue certainly could be the hero
well,
of this
maybe
game, couldn't he?
Thought maybe we would see a committal of ultimate, right? Maybe just trade the Malphite ultimate for the flash, but
Yeah.
they didn't want to do that one.
Be quite clever, quite cute with this interaction though as well. Hexacoordinator to try and slingshot yourself out of what will be the unstoppable force. Wonder if we'll actually get that interaction taking place here. But no first blood just yet. It is a small lead, 500 for the team of the Chosen Ones, as you said here, Juice. 20 seconds, Dragon Heralds. Bernard being quite clever there with the Moonlight to get multiple dashes to trim that wave to his efficient.
Yeah, that was cute. I mean, there was a gank that was coming his way as well if he didn't have that one available, so plays that extremely well. Dragon spawning now, so are we going to see both top laners just kind of sack their lanes, run down to the Dragon? But it looks like they're just trading Dragon for the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Twisted Fate uses the Destiny as well.
Get a gank. That's crazy. I mean, to think of it, it's not going to be a fight that they're looking for. They just want to guarantee that they know exactly where JPX are. They've gone for the Dragon, as you say. Herald is acquired. A trade which, well, ultimately is going to give them the Ocean Dragon instead. And we've seen how strong that can be for teams. So much sustain.
Yeah, but I guess, you know, their train of thought is that they're going to get an influx of gold, right? They're going to break first time. Going to get gold in their pockets, and that gold is going to trump what they got with that Dragon. You know, they're even going to get a second charge here, and it's not even contested. So, excuse me, I dare say they're going to get a third charge even.
This actually feels worse because they've said, Wash, you might be strong in fights. If we just avoid you and play macro, we will win. And that is exactly what they're doing right now. The Herald is still topped up and healthy.
Engaged.
Second turret's gone bad. Unstoppable force on top 4. It just doesn't get much better than that. They've yet to find a kill, but now they have. From Scott, his second is gone. Drunkard's been removed. And Bernard looks to try and play cleanup crews. He comes on in to end this one. The kick from Gengar to try and disengage away from. Flashing onto the blast code. He's done enough. Shaco's not going to follow it because he hasn't got a flash. And it could have gone so much worse after that ulti.
Yeah, you cannot paint a prettier picture than that Malphite ultimate. That was a genuine Malphite ult into a 4-man Wukong ult. It was picture perfect from Japan X Fan Club, and I mean, you know, they actually ran the risk of, you know, being behind probably 2 or 3k after all those turrets went down topside as well as the farm, but they were able to just pull that engage. I mean, honestly, that was just picture perfect.
Mesmerizing, pure beauty to see that one take place there. It was a forced hard fight from them, given that the Chosen One were pushing for that third turret and would have been the earliest supers you would have ever seen. As you can see from the minimap, a little bit of damage has gone towards that turret, but that wombo combo, pure beauty.
Yeah. And I mean, no one actually falls down here, which is the beauty for JPX, right? Like, that's so tight, and I think, okay, Malphite might die here, Lee's just going to Q2, but doesn't fall down, and huge.
Well, the Chosen One, they had a 500 gold lead before, and some fantastic macro play, slightly undone there by what JPX were able to achieve. They've closed the distance, or closed the gap, I should say. Nice little roam topside here. 4 members actually looking to try and stem this Camille from getting too out of control. Opposite pings once again, just cross-map plays. They're actively avoiding each other, just wanting to try and target these sidelines and gank instead.
I mean, we see what the 5v5 can do from Japan X Fan Club, right? At all costs, you must avoid those 5v5s. But again, back to the meta and back to I guess, how Wild Rift, how we've seen the meta transpire, is the Dragons and the neutral objective fights are so important that if you have to avoid them at all costs, like, where does your win condition come from, right? Because giving Dragons away is so valuable. So we'll have to see
the split push take place, right? With the Camille that could look to try and target that, with the Twisted Fate that could look to assist that through vision and through his own ultimate. But yeah, I mean, you make a valid point.
I mean, all the games that we've spectated, all the games that we've seen, even prior to this broadcast, you know, it's not often that we see it one through a side nade, one through a split push, because again, objectives are just so easy to force down, and they give you so much strength that you genuinely can't afford to give that one away. So we'll see if the Chosen Ones decide to opt in for a Dragon fight here, because it's going to be the second one. It is going to be a Cloud, and the Cloud is going to be very good with the composition that JPX have.
It is, and those dragons come so quickly, so you don't really have much time to figure out how to play this one. Enjoy will be looking to do just that. He's acquired the package. It's perfect for the occasion. A second dragon lined up in the menu here for JPX. They're the first ones to start it.
Fighting against a package, a Malphite ult, a Diana ult, Leona ult. There we go.
Oh, that Moonfall, it just locks everybody in place. Makes it so much easier for the follow-up CC. Wombo combo, eat your absolute heart out. Enjoy survives, but not for much longer because that man again in the jungle. Big Dog Ganker getting it done and salvaging some success. A double kill found by Resilience, but not to be outdone by Trip here, who's found it himself and has to burn the flash to try and get through that kill with so many members, Juves. So damn low, but the Dragon stands strong.
That's actually best case scenario in my opinion for the Chosen Ones, right? Like they actually looked like it was going to be a little bit of a disaster fight for them because the Diana ultimate was pretty big, landed on multiple members, and I wasn't sure where the Malphite ulti went. I have to get a replay on that one, but I mean, in terms of trading even in that skirmish, if you're the Chosen One, you've kind of got to be happy with that one considering how the last team fight played out.
I think the phrase is, you take those because the Chosen One now find themselves up back with the gold lead. I mean, just look how much CC is going in the center of your screen. So hard for the Chosen Ones to play.
Yeah, so Malphite just got to that fight late, and that's pretty much what I think was the turning point in this team fight. There was no Malphite there was no bodies to block the damage for the carries of JPX, and hang on a minute, more action.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened there, but
cut the replay, you need to go back to live because JPX are putting on a show.
That's obviously a disaster because the Baron buff's up now, and whilst we were saying how good that was for TCO, they've unfortunately now lost the Baron.
What an unfortunate set of circumstances. It looks so good. We were just praising the Chosen One on having a best case scenario. The Dragon's been pinched, the Baron is spawned at 10 minutes. The timing it's flawless, and JPX are taking full control of it.
It's good timing, but it's also timing handed to them by the Chosen Ones because they decided to get 3 people die at the Dragon or for the Dragon, and you know that's pivoted into a Baron. So we'll have to see what they can do to minimize their losses at the cost of this Baron, because if they do lose too much, I dare say it's going to be a very big uphill battle because to their name, they're going to get a third. All of a sudden, they'll be on the Elder Point as well. And, all of this standing gold, there's so many tier 1s available. Mid lane tier 1, top lane tier 1, then we can start looking at tier 2s, and they're just going to get such a big influx of gold.
2k lead at the moment, but as you say, that's going to blow wide open with the Baron buff here. Looking to try and get those waves crashed on through. And we've not really seen the elegance of these split pushes. That has, for the most part, been group up as the team, hard force the fights, and why would you not want to if you're JPX, right? Their success comes with the Wombo combo. If it's not a Baron, if it's not a Dragon, force a 5-man siege and replicate the same outcome anyway.
Blue team lost a turret.
Blue mess might be caught, yeah, and it's just an engage.
Oh, it's just a different knockup. It's just so good, isn't it? The bot lane of the Chosen One gone before they can even do anything about it. It's going to be Trip that picks up the kill. He's not tripping. He's straight sending it, running towards them and removing them from the game. The Joker is laughing because he's managed to pick up at least one, but not before the entire team gets a 5-for-1. Enjoy. Well, he enjoyed that.
Yeah, I mean, Joker did pick up the kill on the back end, which is like a little bit of a consolation prize, but the engage was just too good there. Resilience couldn't use anything. He got CC'd by the Leona, got killed instantaneously by the Malphite ultimate as well. So you're playing that team fight with no 80 carry, and I mean, it's just so clean, and they've opened up the base now.
Just like that, Supers will now start to flood the base. And that's going to make it a little bit harder here for the Chosen One to try and play to their comp strengths. They're not going to be able to really be able to put up much of a defense in that regard. They're going to have to keep Joker locked in here for the meantime. He does have the TP and chance. He's going to be hoping that he can look to try and use that. But yeah, what's going on right now? JPX, just a full reset. They can look to go to the next Dragon shortly and look to put a bow on it.
Yeah, bow with a pretty little ribbon, huh? Send that one away. Express postage. Get there in, what, 1 day? The Resilience might be dead again.
Absolutely. No delay. Oh, good flash. Resilience would have been layered with CC and would have basically had a moment where it felt like he's respawned. Things happened again. So,
Yeah. And
meantime-
that sound in Wild Rift is just the most terrifying sound in the game.
it's haunting.
I mean, yeah, the Corki package just says, well, you know what? We may not be able to fight this dragon. This is why Corki is such a contested pick, because you literally get, for your passive is just an ultimate. Like, it is literally an ultimate. It's stronger than an ultimate. And this is just going across. Maybe you look for the steal, but you just can't get in.
Ganker looking for it. He's going to open up with a Sonic Wave.
Oh, he's
Oh,
cancelled.
jumps it in. No chance to lift got away, but he has to flash shot out Soliflare. Across the wall won't be enough because nobody else from JPX wanted to go for it. Joker really is playing to that split push condition. He knows that those supers could just end the game on their own, but Shaker's responding back. A rock in a hard place is where Joker finds himself right now, as they're both getting low. They're clapping hands, but JPX Jelly doesn't want to make it a fair fight. He rocks up into the tri-brush, or rocks up into the top lane, I should say, and he's having none of it. No gentleman's agreement for a pure 1v1.
I would have let that one play out in the 1v1. I would have let them have their little fun, because, you know what, ultimately, Skimmy, I don't think that 1v1, whoever wins that is going to change the context of the game. Unless Ganker can steal this.
He's hunting.
Again, Valiant.
Back to back.
Valiant.
Now, he's tried to find it. He's tried to bail his team out of harm's way, hasn't he? But really lagging behind now in that economy. Down 8,000 gold. It's just gone so wrong the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, you just kind of got to tank that one if you're Ganker. Just tank that KDA to try and save the game. And unfortunately, that one goes down. And it's going to be what it looks like is going to be a mid lane push. And they're just going to open the base. And it's just rudimentary. It feels like the game is all but done. The gold lead isn't the biggest one that we've seen. It's still, you know, in the realms of touching distance. But the way that JPX have been playing, how decisive they've been on their engages, it's going to be a tough ask.
Well, they'll have one last shot at this one, Juves. But the pinch is really beginning. 2-2-1 is the split. That's how confident JPX are. I don't even need to group up as a full squad, because you crash the wave in, let the minions do the job for you. Now come together. Look to guarantee that this mid turret falls on down too. And if anything else, they can then full on cycle down to bot lane. That's what they're doing. Removing any chance for a comeback here. The unstoppable force will be flashed away from, but it's a better play to follow. Soliflare goes down, Glacial Vision from the Brom knocks up 3, and Moonfall comes across and guarantees the killer's Bernard has had enough of this one. It's time to end the game.
Yeah, and that's a very good game from Japan X Fan Club. What looked like, you know, we thought maybe a little bit of a questionable trade in the early game, losing those 2 turrets topside. They just flipped the script, landed engage after engage on multiple members, on key members, and they were able to secure that victory.
Certainly were. The Chosen One, unfortunately for them, you know, they played a composition that wanted to get ahead. And they had moments where they could do that, right? You look at that top lane where they made the trade and said, look, we'll go for the siege. You guys will go for the dragon and push. Ultimately, as soon as you saw that 4-man wombo combo, you knew that the wombo combo is just a little bit too good wherever it goes. Trip seems to be the MVP here. The only one that did not fall on down in this game, 6-0-11. And, well, working in tandem with the Malphite, had an absolute blinder, Juves.
Yeah, he did, and I mean, probably the best Wukong jungle performance that we've seen all night. I think we've seen Wukong be one of those questionable picks at times, but he's definitely made it work this game. In particular, the one thing I wanted to touch on about the whole draft from JPX was, again, time and time again, maybe a bit of a broken record, but hard engage seems to be the key right now in the meta, and the way that, you know, all these teams are playing around 6-minute dragons, or level 6 dragons rather. You know, all these teams are just vying for control of that river, and the team with the most go buttons, the team with the most AoE generally wins, and at times it's the Corki. Like, Corki is the difference with the package. You know, in this game in particular, it was the Malphite, it was the Wukong and the package. It feels like they got a little bit of an Exodia draft when we put all the pieces together, right? Ignore laning phase, ignore those aspects, but when you make that concoction and you put it in the river, it's a little bit too hard to beat.
It's just, yeah, a little bit too good for them to execute upon, and for the Chosen Ones, by that point, a little bit hard for them to try and recover from, because as you can see here, The damage really does speak for itself, and whilst it was a bit of a rough laning phase for Bernard, given that he was going into the Twisted Fate, by the end of that game, he was able to double the overall output.
Yeah, doubled the output, but I mean, when I look at these stats, I think, well, there was actually no one who did the heavy lifting, right? This was just a absolutely, I guess, fantastic team performance. 17k, 16k, 15k, 14k, you know, and the Malphite, to put it bluntly, was just building tank items, right? And he's done those numbers. And then, you know, JPX building bruiser items. So JPX Trip building bruiser items, still putting out those numbers. So just across the board, I mean, you can't really fault any particular member. It was just really solid. And it's back to the drawing board for TCO, because I don't think they were actually outclassed in this particular game.
I don't think they were either. I mean, you can see from the team fights that, like, you know, they definitely got challenged, you know, only winning a fraction of them, but it was rough for them in that situation, that once they realized, well, how do we actually outplay if we can't beat the Wombo combo, what's our next get out of jail free card? They tried at top side, but just the collapse based on all that early game strength meant that the 1v1 wasn't gonna be respected. Here's the aftermath of when that unstoppable force initially went on through Jukes, and this is sort of where we think that, yeah, Japan X got back into it.
I mean, yeah, it was looking really good, and to be honest, it was a very good macro call, right? The macro here from TCO was really good, but again, they tried to bite off more than they could chew. And then this dragon fight was probably their turning point, right? In terms of execution, I would say TCO played the team fight here better, but in terms of draft, you know, this isn't where their composition excels. And, you know, the Malphite, the Wukong, the Corki is always going to excel in these instances. You know, JPX probably got to the dragon a little bit too late. That's why it's so close, but they still came out better for wares. And then this is what we missed in game, right? This is the replay this is the fight that we didn't see. But here, Shaco is ready. Shaco is the one that starts the fight with the Malphite ultimate, and he's zoning multiple carries, and it's just a cleanup crew, a demolition at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the moment once again where just the bot lane just does not exist in this game for TCO. Instantly the Wombo comes on out, the ultimate finding the success that the name warrants, and just a rundown potential thereafter, right? With the amount of dragons that they had, the sustain to do that, with the Cloud Dragon to get the mobility to prevent a flash being that much of a disengage. By this point, it's very hard to recover from, right, Tubes? If you've got 3 turrets gone, with a Nexus as fragile as that, down, what, 14k as a whole, it feels like JPX might actually warrant the hype about them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, if you read into Twitch chat and you read into some of the comments that go into there, you know, according to them, scrims have been going very well for Japan X Fan Club. You know, they did have a hiccup. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the game that they lost, but from all reports, it was an extremely close one. It was backwards and forwards, and it did go to 3 games. So, Skimmy, we'll have to wait and see.
Will this one go to 3 games? We're going to find out, because we're going to jump to another break to see how game 2 goes down.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready now to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back as we get ourselves loaded into game number 2. My name is Skimmy, this is Juves, and we have a bit of a game on our hands because Japan X Fan Club have sort of introduced themselves onto the big screen here and said, look, we mean business. We've had clean 2-0 so far. We've dropped one game to one of the favorites in He2E Gaming. and we look to be the real deal, Jubes. Up against the TCO squad that we saw early in action in round 2, that have some clear strengths. I mean, you're looking at Ganker in particular, being a guy that can certainly play out of his mind if given the resources to pop off on. Sort of a bit of desperation by the end there to try and contest and steal away Dragons for points of pressure and for a Baron as well, but by that stage you're thinking it's a little bit out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just needs, I guess, a little bit of assistance, a little bit of a solid laning phase, if you will, right? Because, you know, it started off relatively well for them, if I'm being completely honest. Like, again, they got turrets for free. They were up gold. They had a lot of success in playing the early game, but unfortunately, it really just came down to that Malphite engage. So, I mean, I'd love to see this game roll it back again, as we're going to see, and see if, you know, maybe that doesn't happen. It's a closer game.
Well, let's see if there's going to be any similarities between the last ban phase and this one. Right out the gates, the Chosen One have said that Malphite was causing us far too many headaches. That's just an instance being removed. I mean, beforehand, that was an Alistair ban. It's going to be the same, right? Anything with big impact knockups. Anything that can look to try and run riots and cause chaos in a team fight. Wombo combo, it's gone.
Indeed. And I mean, that's smart bans, right? And this is why I like best of threes, because you see the adaptability and the smarts coming out from both teams, right? Able to identify that the Malphite may not be the strongest champion in the meta right now, but sometimes you just got to drop the ego, ban something that you had problems with the game before. Unfortunately, though, in doing so, they've given away the Corki, and I think Corki is one of those picks at the moment. Very, very, very strong. You need to have an answer. Hopefully for them, the Diana is the answer.
Yeah, seems to be the case, as they said, well, if you're not going to pick it up in your first rotation, then we certainly will. Japan X Fan Club have actually made no changes with their bans. Stuck to their guns with what they think is strong between Aurelia, Yasuo, and Kali, but the Corki just feels a little bit too good to pass up. With the Galio being let through, they're going to chop that up and guarantee that it is theirs, and I'm starting to see another Wombo combo here, Juice. Yeah. The Galio and now the Oriana.
It's a very big Wombo combo, but as of right now, they don't even have a hard delivery service for the Galio. So we'll have to wait and see to see what they can chalk up. Maybe it's something in the support position. Maybe it's, maybe I was going to say, maybe they need a little bit of hard engage, because Galio on his lonesome doesn't really have access, right? You know, maybe you can rely on the Corki package to get you into the backline so you can land the ultimate, but Xin Zhao's another one that I'm excited to see. We haven't seen today.
If it's not banned, they're going to lock it in. And Leona, once again, going to be chosen here, as Shelly had a great game on that. It was certainly able to lay it out quite nicely with the solar flares to allow the rest of the team to come together and be that point of strength. There is the delivery system, as you mentioned, with the Xin Zhao now for the Oriana. Very strong mid-jungle duo for them to play around. But for the side of TCO, they've made a few changes. They've locked themselves in with a Pantheon, hoping that could be a bit of a difference maker. Looking to try and keep to the idea of matching macro with global pressure themselves.
Indeed, and Xin Zhao was one interesting one I wanted to touch on. I thought maybe we should see Xin Zhao a little bit earlier, right? Maybe see some teams putting a little bit of priority on that Xin Zhao, because when you think about Xin Zhao's kit, what Xin Zhao offers, it does everything that the game is revolved around, right? Being those dragons, those Rift Heralds, you know, having that ultimate to disengage, but also engage, you know, pseudo-tank type bruiser champion where you're able to negate a lot of damage coming through from that ultimate. So, and again, does damage himself. So I'm excited to see this one play out. I hope there's a little bit of a success on it and teams start to kind of pick that one up as well.
Certainly similar to a degree to your Wukong in terms of a nice long range to engage and a bit of a sort of a knock up in that regard, right? To try and be the bruiser that can deal out the damage, but can certainly be quite durable in the thick of things as well. So I'm keen to see what this adaptation means for TCO. As you say, the beauty of a best of three is you get to see what teams showcase in the first game, what you can look to try and pivot into going forwards, and what this will mean for the context of this, because we're still waiting for the full 3-game fiesta. And will it be here? We're not too sure, but we will know after this game. As obvious as that sounds, JPX Fan Club looking to go all out here and close this one for a quick, easy night.
Definitely, and I like this already, right? The aggressive level 1 invade. You have all of the CC, you have all of the tools, all of the utility. Why not pop your head in and see if you can get something level 1? Obviously, they walked away. They didn't really commit for it, so we'll have to wait and see.
Both going to start for the red buff here. Give themselves a little bit of extra damage to try and clear through the jungle as quickly as can be. And we saw a contest right last time for the bottom crab. where initially it was the Chosen One that started things off, but got zoned away by JPX, who said, no, we're not really having any of that. And I'm quite keen to think if, you know, between the Diana and the Pantheon, if that's a strong enough 2v2 for themselves, for them to look to try and put up maybe just a bit more of a fight here in the early game. You really want to see a Pantheon hit the ground running even before level 5.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, if there's a guy that's going to do it, if there's a guy with the name to do it, it is going to be Ganka. So, you know, he had a little bit of a slower Pantheon game, I think the last time around that he played it, but I don't necessarily think it was his fault. It was just unfortunate that that's the kind of the way the cookie crumbled in terms of the lanes. So I think that if the Chosen Ones can get a solid enough laning phase and really enable Ganka to do some work in this instance.
The action breaks out. We're following Jelly here as he Zenith Blades in, locking in place 3 members. It's the Aftershock and becomes as tanky as can be. There's the start and there's the first blood. And it's Trip that picks it up. Where Drunkard is very low. Very well could have been a double kill.
So initially it was very good target selection, the fact that they went onto the Corki. But there's just too much mobility. And he was able to cut that one out, disengage in the back line, and actually might be a... Okay, I was saying, might be a little bit of action down bot side, but the counter gank coming through from Trip is really good and turned that one around. I thought, to be honest with you, the Pantheon, the Braum and the Ezreal would have a better 3v3, but in terms of execution, it just came out ahead on JPX side. Oriana's laning into the Camille, by the way, something we didn't...
Well, yeah, I mean, that was the next point, right? And I think it might come to the fact that we've seen a few Gallios this time, and they've always been planted in the top lane. It just doesn't seem to be to the kit's strength, so... Whilst Oriana seems a little bit obscure, they have made the lane flip. They've made sure that Wells Galio can be present to go anywhere. I'm keen to see how they can block Bernard in this game. But as you say, bot lane has been the focus. Very fragile, but they have been able to avoid death on this occasion, go for the full reset, and not get caught out by a roaming jungler.
The tough thing for Oriana is post-Camille ultimate, right? Because there's so much lockdown, and the lane in top lane is very long. So if Pantheon, more specifically Ganka, ever decides to go up there, your thinking should be that that's a free kill, even with summoners available. So we'll have to see what he decides to do. Maybe he's going to dip his head bot side to try and recover some of the losses that they received in bot side of the map.
Certainly very volatile bot lane. And this is what we're kind of hoping for tonight. Was we've seen junglers certainly outperforming and showcasing their worth and what they can achieve. We've seen mid laners also popping off and being lane bullies, but we've yet to really see it in the bot lane. And certainly, even without the junglers there, they're looking to trade blows, find the poke, and abuse the lack of sustain.
Indeed, and I mean, so far this lane's going a lot better than I initially thought, right? And if anything, the Oriana has gotten Camille on a little bit of a reset where the dragon's spawning, and we're just seeing them make a beeline for it. They're running for it, but looks like double reset from the bot lane. They're channeling. Do they have enough time to get there?
Well, they're going to be beelining straight towards this one, but it does give ample opportunity for JPX to lay down some vision, be the first one there to start things off, and we know that they're very good at taking us down quite efficiently. A full 5-man commit, it seems to be the sense here. If they are going to plant themselves and guarantee it. Bernard looking for the biggest taunt possible, finds 2, full disengage now off that dragon, 3-man Glacial Fissure. There's the grand entrance, and there's the follow-up as well. Look at try and find that initial pick, and there it is. They found themselves a double kill. Enjoy is taking them down. It's a triple, and it's soon to be a quadra. Will we get ourselves our first penta of the night? Oh no! Ganka plays spoiler because he himself is on a killing spree. He himself gets the quadra kill.
So he just turns that one around completely. I mean, across the board. What is that, a 4 for 4? No, sorry, that's a clean ace. That's absolutely a clean ace for the Chosen One, and when I say clean, and not necessarily clean, but they killed all 5 members, and unfortunately though, off this timing, they may lose the dragon, so they win the fight but lose the dragon as they're pinging the Rift Herald. They just don't have the tempo to contest this one. So they win the fight, but they lose the dragon.
Certainly do. To big figures in this game already. The Corki and the Pantheon. That's what we want to see from Ganker, shutting down the party, preventing the pentakill, getting himself strong. Solar Flare's there, and Drunkard still gets stunned by it. He's looking to try and run away from this one, but it's just not going to be enough. It's Enjoy that gets himself another kill streak, and he must just be so fed by this point.
Yeah, and I guess you have to wonder why they were contesting that one as a bot lane though, right? You know, the Ezreal, the Braum are never really going to be able to force a 3-man off that dragon, and they were punished for that. And you know, the punish leads into a tower, the first tower that goes down. Get the replay here. So this is the team fight that breaks out, right? It looks so good for JPX. Shaco falls down pretty early on though because of the Diana and Ganker on the back end, and they're kind of just fighting their own little battles here. Enjoy pops the barrier, probably preemptively. Maybe if he has the barrier here, you know, he doesn't die. But again, Ganker, it's literally one auto attack difference, but he gets the execute from the Pantheon Q. So fantastic stuff from him. And I mean, he's been kind of the star of this team, the Chosen Ones. And he's 4-1-1 right now.
I mean, he weaved those sequence of ability attacks in, you know, flawlessly, perfectly, to enable him to, you know, crash the party, but get himself strong as well. He's now got himself a Black Cleaver. He's got himself Treads. He's got himself also their Herald too. So whilst they've lost out on that dragon, once again, the Chosen One looking to try and play to their own strengths, which is that map pressure.
I'm kind of impressed how this Oriana lane's gone for Shaco, right? Like he's really kept good control of Joker, and I thought this lane would be far more volatile, you know, and potentially a lot harder for Shaco to play, but he's feeling very comfortable in it, and we might see nothing happen. Oh, okay.
Oh, max range Zenith Blade, Solar Flare on top, Jelly the Star.
Ganker.
Once again, in comes Pantheon. Oh no, the True Shot Barrage is missed. And I think Ganker was banking on that one. He's forced to flash away. Hextech Ultimatum comes through. Not enough shields for Joker to survive. Nobody's fallen down from JPX. Enjoy is once again the one that we're highlighting. It's a quadra, it's a double, and this time it's a triple kill.
Yeah, that is rough. I mean, if we want to do a quick tab check, Skimmy, and have a look at Corki's kills, Corki's items, and who's the real threat in this game. I mean, you're just comparing Ganker to Enjoy, and at this point, like, you'd obviously prefer the 9-1 Corki, 2 items yet to go home, going to pick up, I think, even maybe another item, if I'm being completely honest. Got a BF sword.
Unreal.
On the way
to
Infinity Edge.
Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think, right? He's got the lifesteal boots as well. Untouchable. So far ahead of Ganker. Like a whole 3,000 ahead. He's literally carrying the team's economy for JPX.
And that was going to be my point, as Joker probably falls down here. Never mind.
Hook shot, disengage away. Has brought up the rest of TCO to answer back and put up a fight, but Wave has had to be sacrificed here, and that's resulted in the 3rd turret.
I guess something that we haven't even really touched on too is, like, this is a, what, 8,000 gold lead? I mean, that's pretty significant. That's 1k a minute, almost. And it hasn't honestly felt like that because TCO is still trying to make plays. They're still being aggressive with it. And, I mean, the way that they're resetting for tempo looks like they want to contest this dragon. They don't want to give this one away. I mean, the package is up. The Corki is fed. The Corki has a Zhonya's.
It's the cursed sound again.
Yeah. Yeah, it does not look like they can contest this one. But also, in this meta, the way that Wild Rift operates, like, what do you do? What is your option? You can't afford to just keep giving away dragons.
What it seems to be the trade, a common pattern that we've seen time and time again. But Ganker might actually get caught out as a result of this one. He tried to use the ultimate to disengage away. He's popped the GA. He needs the team to back him up right now. The shield needs to go up. He's just gone. It does not matter. True Shot Barrage will become immune because Xin Zhao's got the ult active. Wind becomes lightning, charging on through, gets himself another, and prevents any kind of comeback condition that the Chosen were hunting for.
And that's tough. I mean, you have to feel for Ganker because he's had such a good performance, but he's ultimately the one that falls down there and leads to them not being able to contest this dragon. So another one goes across, and I mean, this is kind of the right play from them. You know, they need to just try and get little victories. They're getting some turret plates. They're getting some gold into Joker's pocket. He will be able to break this turret, but will he fall down to Shaco?
Unless
Galio
Shoko wants
is
to
on the
act
flank.
as a melee range Oriana. It's not going to be the case because he's actually tried to hook shot away. He's got into a taunt. Now he's looking to try and turn things around. Hextech ultimatum comes on through, using that as a deterrent to try and disengage away from, as the shockwave is just out of range. And now maybe the foot is on the other shoe because looking at this one, it's going elsewhere. Moonfall just out of range as Shaco disengages away from him. Both mid laners, both mages, unable to secure extra.
In terms of the trade though, right, you got the Oriana flash. That's a pretty big cooldown, right? Obviously, you know, going to be a big focus in some of these team fights. Has a lot of assists to his name. He's still up a significant amount of gold, but I mean, Corky's finished the Infinity Edge. He's at 11. He's at 12k, and the next closest member is 4k behind him. So, Skimmy, if we considered that Corky somehow got one shot in a team fight, the game would almost be even, barring a few thousand gold, right? So, I mean, if you're optimistic and you're TCO, you're really hoping that the engage that you find, the trigger that you pull is on top of Corky, and he can't pop that Zhonya's before you one-shot him.
You're praying, really, aren't you, at this stage that he oversteps, gets a little bit complacent with how strong he is. There's the Infinity Edge, now working his way to a blasting one. Got the Zhonya's too. He has got so much protection with double summoners, flash barrier. The world really is here.
Wow.
Bernard! Oh, surprise, surprise, free man. And that is as good as it comes. A late re-engage here from Ganker, who puts up his own shield, but he's just lost between so many targets. Who to take down? Ultimately, no one.
That was such a nice engage from Bernard. I mean, he sat in that bush, channeled his taunt, hit. Not only did he hit 3 members, but he hit the 3 key members, right? Diana wasn't able to do anything. Ezreal just died instantly. Ganker came in trying to recover losses, and every single person just fell down. I mean, it is just so good. When Japan X Fan Club get a lead, they're just so hard to deal with, right? Like, what do you do? Because they don't give you time to rest. They don't give you time to set up. They don't even give you time to work inside your jungle. You just get engaged on. And it's not only one member doing it, right? Sometimes it's Jelly. Sometimes it's Bernard when he's on this Galio. And it's just it's tough to watch if you're a TCO fan, but it's beautiful to watch if you're a JPX fan. The tough part you have here now is that how do you stop the Corky?
I was just going to say, Juves, compare the Corky and the Ezreal in terms of their items right now, and you're thinking, all right, well, he's got poke and he's got damage. He does it all at this stage.
Days.
I mean, that's one rocket, and you can't do much about it.
And I mean, for sure, like, if you stop the siege from the Corky, how do you stop the Oriana here? I mean, Oriana's probably stopping herself a little bit because she's taking a lot of damage from the turret. But, you know, even then, Ezreal's flash forward in top side. Dead. Dead.
Actually gone. They tried to juke things out there, but ultimately, Drunkard comes out behind. JPX looking to wrap this game up. They've had full firm control of it. It really has been the Corky show. There's a reason why they first picked the champion. It has dominated from start to finish. This one will be a quick one, 14 minutes, and JPX will finish the series 2-0.
2-0 indeed, and 2 pretty clean victories, to be honest with you. I mean, this one probably the cleaner of the bunch. Corky just getting far too accelerated, you know, too hard to contain, and it is a very, very solid victory for Japan X Fan Club. I know they lost earlier today, but I mean, they're looking the goods as well, Skimmy.
Certainly are, and with that being said, now you're starting to get a fraction excited about what this actually means then for the top of the table as to who's really going to be those top 8 contenders, because we've seen a few blinders, a few players to really get excited about. Look at all the accolades that Enjoy has picked up. Killing sprees, most fed, all the kill streaks with a quadra kill. So close, Juves, to the first pentakill of the night as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can just do a tab check and see, yeah, there was a little bit of assistance across the board, you know, specifically from the Leona. But, I mean, it was just the Enjoy show, right? Like, his name fits true. Just sit back, enjoy the show, because the Corky was something to behold. And I'm actually a firm believer now that it might even be worth us seeing some Corky bans. I think that Corky has just been too influential in too many games tonight, right? I feel like if a lot of teams do their research, most mid laners, AD carries are playing the champion. and it just has too much of an impact come Dragon times. The fact that you can reset and leave your passive and pick it up when the Dragon spawns is probably just a little bit too strong, specifically how important and pivotal Dragon fights have been.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to basically say we built a strong composition that can threaten for the Dragon or the Baron, and basically give the AD carry in this occasion the freest ticket to then exploit that, right? Hit the package first of all to cut off the map or cut off the engage angle, and then just rain so much damage from afar. It's not necessarily him having to be close range. He doesn't even need the rapid fire cannon. He's hitting you with the rockets so much so that you're down to 50% before it's even necessary, right? The Valkyrie is always being used to go forward, the Phosphorus Bomb there to execute, and ultimately enough for them to get 2 decisive victories. So no surprise that he gets the MVP in this game. You can see the damage breakdown, and I mean, there's a reason why we're hyping this man up so much.
Yeah, 25k damage, don't mind if you do. I mean, across the board, like he had 10k on the next nearest member on his team. Obviously, his champion is more of a consistent threat from range, so you can't look into that too much. But I mean, the proof is in the pudding in the sense that what did he finish with, like 14 kills or something?
I mean, I actually he was in double digits. I was kind of gobsmacked by it. It certainly was more than 10. That's to say the least. Enough for him to feel pretty proud about it.
I was about to say, we just stopped counting at double digits, right? I mean, at double digits, what else can we do?
You see 10, you say it's off. It's a write-off. It's done. You know, go talk to your agent. Say, you know, you're not paying me enough to perform like this. I need a pay rise. Literally putting the boys on the back. We're getting it done, and you know, I'll see you in the office on Monday.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, now again, lots of information for teams to derive from these games, right? It is another 2-0, but for any team having a look, you know, there's some information to take away from that.
Yeah, plenty of information for them to take away. That we have ourselves a very strong mid laner in Enjoy, and certainly isn't going to be outdone by the rest of his team that had individual moments of brilliance. Jelly, so strong on this Leona. Bernard, fantastic on the Dana, as well as the Galio. He loves the wombo combo champs that can have a big impact of grouping people together.
Yeah, and I mean, even on this team fight here, it's so close, and whilst the kill situation, if you want to call it that, goes over to Ganker in terms of they're able to kill all 5, they just lose out on tempo. It's almost like a double-edged sword, you know, you win the fight, but you lose the objective, and this is kind of, I guess, the beginning of the end, if you ask me, where the bot lane really gets caught, and just the game just evolves into chaos, and it's JPX just consistently pulling the trigger. And all these engages are just so good, right? To a T. Camille doesn't find much value in the back end there. And it's just all disjointed. The Braum ultimate comes on through after Camille was dead. And it's just a kite back and a disengage on the Corki. Look at Enjoy. He's being absolutely untouched, and he's just a free-firing rocket.
Yeah, and he knows that he doesn't have to actually overcommit and force those plays despite how strong he is, because the rest of his team is just putting in so much work positionally. You know, confidence-wise, it's always Ganker coming into the last moment, looking to try and crash elsewhere. Just doing maybe a little bit too much to try and claw back at the deficit, right? The Ganker ult comes on through to try and, you know, pick up a few kills afterwards, but by that point, you know, 10k down, not much that you can do. This is the final land on the coffin here, as all 3 lanes were crashing against them, and ultimately, 14 minutes in, a very clean victory, as we can get ourselves excited for a round 5 not too far away.
Yeah. I'm excited. I can't wait for it. I mean, I have to see how the other results go, right, to determine who's versing who and what the schedule looks like. But I mean, yeah, across the board, just looking like a really solid unit, a really solid team. Obviously, when you consider all the other teams in the bracket and what we've seen tonight, we're going to list off or rattle off the MVP rather.
Yeah, and I think based off that performance, perhaps the performance before as well, there's really no surprises as to who that MVP is again, right? We've sort of seen it be in the game. The game has told us this is who we think it is, and for good reason too. I'm pretty sure it's going to be... Oh, actually! Oh!
It's true.
Enjoy has been robbed. He's been robbed, I tell you what.
Well, I guess player of the match...
Perhaps maybe just a little bit too better in game number 1.
Yeah, I was about to say, it comes down to across both maps, right? So whilst Enjoy had a bit of a blinder, I mean, you have to consider that Wukong was actually fantastic. I mean, KDA of 17, kill participation of 81%, it's a little bit of recency bias from us, maybe, in the sense that, you know, Corki was fresh in our mind doing all the damage, but can't forget the early game and the game in general that Troop had in game 1. And he didn't even have a bad game in game 2, right? Like, he was there, got the lead in the bot lane in the early game, was able to counter gank, made his presence known. So yeah, I think that's actually deserved for Trip.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the fact is that he jumps up top lane, starts off the Cyclone into the Wombo combo. That was a 4-man Wombo. It's just so beautiful to watch. So, as you say, you know, going from the Wukong performance where he popped off with a KD of 17, which is unreal as a jungler, to then go into the second game and play the Xin Zhao with the Wukong not available for him to decide. In that situation, feeling more confident that the Xin would have offered a little bit more, and it certainly put in, whilst maybe not the highlights of game 1, certainly enough to you know, have production think that he is deserving of it. So congratulations to Trip, the player in that situation that comes out as the MVP, and JPX now a serious threat at the top of the table as we actually have a quick look as to where things are at, and still waiting for a few more results. But from what I can see here, Jubes, it looks like we've got ourselves 4 teams now. 4 to go, another round left. It might all come down to the finishing line here. He2E Gaming, Team Don't Feed, Japan X Fan Club, as well as Wealth by God. So they've all punched their tickets so far. They're guaranteed to be here next week and continue the journey to try and play internationally. But for the other teams, 2-1, 2-2. Bit of a do or die situation here. One final game to close out the night and to hopefully keep the dream alive.
Yeah, crunch time now. Crunch time, Skimmy. You know, no time to dwell on what happened earlier, and no time to celebrate successes yet, right? It's crunch time. Next game in 16 minutes, so I guess we'll see you there, Skim Dog.
Certainly will. Let's jump to a break and jump into round number 5 after this one.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are 2 hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. the sunrise. Stay up all night, and I take it all, nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Sleep
Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like travel lands. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. It feels amazing. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and away from the wish we could smile, which is rough nowadays. Change our reactions.
Feelings don't die around this neighborhood. We used to sell a double pills, young and misunderstood. My homie, tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the ranges of some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing with you. Unless you turn your boat around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze analyzing depth that we're steps away from death. 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp. For real. Cause we're alone sometimes, trying to know what brought us down here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, I just gotta work until my songs are covered. Hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Hey. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and now wait for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. 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 Hope you learned your lesson, girl. I cannot teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in men. I am not like anyone. Cause I am over being sober with myself when I'm with you. I am over being something I am not. I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing now. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And we're back for the business end of this night as round 5 is soon approaching, and that means we will then for sure know exactly who will be going to the next knockout stage. Top 8 soon to be decided with multiple teams already there, Juves. And we've seen a fair few fine performances tonight, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some fan favorites that are in the chat, but for more or less, I mean, we've kind of, I guess we can build some narratives and some storylines around some of these players. Obviously, some of these teams, a select few going 3-0, but for the most part, or 4-0 now, but for the most part, like 2-1, 3-1, those score lines, obviously still, I guess you got to be happy with those.
Yeah, I mean, they're still relevant. They're enough to get them across the finishing line to qualify, which is all that really matters. So let's bring up those standings and take into consideration the picture as a whole and see exactly where teams are at, who's here and who is not. Team Don't Feed, Japan X Fan Club, Wealth by God, He2B Gaming, as well as Jacuzzi Dogs are all locked in and ready to move to the next stage. Not bad work. 5 teams already guaranteed. 3 spots up for grabs. As you can see, the teams that are in the grey shade have already been lost. Knocked out, unfortunately for them. Their run stops here. But teams locked in white, well, those are the teams still looking to make it, all tied at 2-2. Round 5 to be the decider here.
I dare say, Skimmy, these teams are all very evenly matched, and I think maybe we'll see 3 games at the final time of the final game of the night, right? 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, just 2-2s across the board. Obviously, they're the ones that are still in it, so you have to be 2-2. But it just seems like this is kind of, you know, the next best, if you will.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to get a matchup between these teams to see how they can close out the night, who will get all the glory and whose run really ends at a bit of a closing angle here, with 7 hours soon to be on the go for these teams playing their hearts out to the main prize, which is to go international. Got word from the producer, though, that we do have what our round 5 matchup should be, so I believe the graphic is ready to show to you guys at home, and we can see who's going to be doing the dirty work here, and it is going to be the chosen one again. 3 games in one night. Maybe they are best friends with the producers because they're getting all the airtime here, Juice. Game of Koala team, though. Another team locked in that 2-2 situation, looking to give them a headache.
Yeah, make it or break it, right? This is no excuses now. Everything that they've worked for, you know, the whole night that they've put in the work, put in the effort, so, you know, put in the practice before today even. So, I mean, it all comes down to this, doesn't it, Skimmy?
Certainly does. Bedtime for the rest of the guys already qualified and already knocked out. Only 6 teams left. And it's all going to come down to who can pick up those final 3 spots. Round 5. It's the action. There you have it. TCO, you've seen them, you love them, you're a fan of them. Or perhaps you prefer Gamer Koala team. We've yet to see those guys in action. But if we're going based off the logo, already I'm excited to see this, see the boys in game.
Well, to be honest, the name had me sold, but then I see the logo and that's just tops. But we got Drunkard again, Gankar in the jungle, Joker in the mid lane, Resilience, and Blue Mescal in support position. I mean, yeah, we'll introduce them, but they've been on your screens for a majority of the night. If you don't know them by now, now you do. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not much else. I mean, I feel like, you know, I feel like we've gone through every possible scenario with that team already. On the other hand, though, Gamer Koala team, Skimmy, top lane Godfather, jungle I swear, mid lane Lornia, AD carry UT, and support Pop.
Not a bad name, and well, if you're looking at calling yourself the Godfather, then you better be a lane-dominant top laner, to say the least, right? Certainly hoping that your namesake proves to be a blessing and a buff in disguise. As we've had a bit of a focus towards the top lane, and whilst we've had our fair share of tanks, it has mainly been around popping off on Aurelia, showcasing your skills on Fiora, and looking to try and translate that into some, you know, big pushes, big strengths of, you know, aggression come those team fights. But overall, the theme of the night has been Wombo Combo. You identified that nice and early. Dragons, Barons, Heralds, you name them. They have been so instrumental in allowing teams to, you know, at the 10-minute mark, decide, I'll be going for Baron, or I'll be snowballed too far ahead that we don't even need to consider it. Can we just win? Or can we just get ourselves into pick and ban phase? Because here it is.
Akali is one of those champs that we've seen banned all night, but I really want to see it get through just for a science experiment, just to see how these teams fare on that champion, piloting that champion. It's always nice to see good players play Akali, but we're not going to see that. And the little bit of research has been done, Lee Sin taken away from Gankar.
Yeah, the Evelyn banned as well now from the side of TCO, not making life easy if you were to be one that can look to try and pop off. Maybe they've seen his performance. Absolutely, you'd hope that they have, because the Pantheon is what Gankar last played, got that quadra kill. Unable to get much more from that, but there's the Katarina, and there it is, locked in. Death Lotus running at you, big damage. Very excited for that one.
I'm excited for it because Katarina, again, another champion that we've seen permabanned all night. But if you think of the Wombo combo, if you think of what does Katarina offer you, well, a river skirmish, a jungle fight, she's going to pop off. She's going to shunpo, she's going to have the blades to hop to. So, I mean, if there's a champion that kind of fits the meta, if you will, it is going to be that one. And Xayah, another one that we haven't seen tonight. Again, Rakan, I mean, they're just pulling out all the big guns. A lot of champs we haven't seen tonight, Skimmy.
Certainly are. No Xayah Rakan as a pairing, but they're going to be looking to do battle against each other in this one, as the Fiora's going to be locked in once again. No surprises there, but the Fizz response instantly, making sure that they have so much engage, so much utility, and a bit of protection, right? You're looking at those middle champions, Alistair, Xayah, and Fizz in particular, saying very hard to take them down between their ultimates and just their nimble nature.
And in terms of what Gamer Koala teams drafted already, it's sort of what we're used to seeing all night, in the sense that, well, at least the successful teams, you have that one kind of tanky champion. In this case, they have two with the Alistar. right? The double front line, and then you have like 3 damage threats. You know, they got the Fizz, the Katarina, and they've got the Xayah. So that's just so much damage across the board. They don't need any more. So they're probably going to build full tank on this Garen. They're going to have Alistair sit in the front line, and they're going to be able to just, you know, play those traditional front to backs. Maybe Katarina causing a little bit of chaos as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that might be the wombo combo that they're looking to try and, you know, deal out here today, because it's going to be a little bit different than what we're really used to. But certainly is going to be something that's going to be causing headaches regardless, because I'm very curious to see who's actually going to be in the jungle for Gamer Koala. You've got yourself a Fizz, but already Katarina locked in mid lane. So is that a top lane Fizz? Is that a jungle Fizz? Who knows?
We don't know, right?
Those are the questions that we need to find out, and I'm sure not too far away from actually jumping into the action, because these are 2 teams playing it out, looking to try and guarantee themselves at least one of those remaining spots here in round number 5 for the opening night here of the Wild Rift OS Championships. So we've seen TCO in action. We know what they're about. Very strong in the jungle. Has to be a highlight. But for Gamer Koala, time to prove.
Yeah, time to prove. So it is, in fact, the Fizz in the jungle. So just keep an eye on that one.
Jungle Fizz. Pretty exciting. Whether or not it can keep up the pace here with the Wukong, which we've seen has been a very strong champion in looking to find some ganks, level 2, level 3, and snowball the game from there. Obviously, we know what the kit's all about, but for Fizz, it's only been seen mid lane so far, and curious to see what its impact can be, because you had to imagine very much ult-reliant.
Definitely ult-reliant, and can still gank with the red buff, right? Doesn't necessarily need the ult. If you can gap close and get the red buff slows, get the auto attacks with the electrocute, you probably have enough damage to burn a flash, but obviously the hard CC, the utility to actually secure the kill is probably not enough in the current state. Katarina doesn't have a flash as well, Skimmy, so we need to keep our eyes on that. Opted in for the barrier and the ignite. A lot more kill threat in lane in the 1v1 as well as the 2v2, so as we say that.
Yeah, here is that first gank, and both junglers are involved. Both are very low. Gank is looking for it. Pixel Perfect is here. He's going to fall on down Flora, but that just means it's easy pickings for Lornia. Double kill for the Katarina. That really is as good as it comes.
And this is where the Fizz will be saying, yeah, hashtag worth. I swear we'll be saying, I definitely, you know, calculated that one, because the Katarina's picked up 2 kills. Level 5 has the ultimate leveled now. And, you know, that's a, 1.5 level lead on the Oceania. So going to be a tough lane for Ori to come back into and try and, I guess, recover.
And that's just catastrophic in this, you know, the grand scheme of things of, you know, an assassin in particular above anybody else getting a lead like that and being able to then look to follow around the Fizz on the map, who hasn't been a case of having to wait for that red buff, or sorry, that level 5. He has just had the red buff, jumped in, made plays like this, made it just a little bit too easy for the rest of the team to back him up. Now, Joker was the focus. He's down to 50, action taking place bot lane at the same time, but Drunkard with the movement speed as the Fiora, just a little bit too fast and too hard to catch.
Yeah, and as well as the Scuttle Crab on that side. But now he has no flash. I would say like he's almost in lethal range of the Katarina. If Katarina can get a nice and like a well-placed, you know, bouncing blade, then I dare say this Joker's going to fall down. I mean, the Katarina ult has just been burnt off screen, and it's just a full reset coming out of Joker. 2 levels down. Can only base to pick up a tier.
Not ideal. Certainly not ideal if you're looking to try and match power here. You're going to be looking to try and scale up slowly. But when you're looking at Katarina with double rods and some boots, you're thinking, well, any dagger that comes my way could just be a trade that I'm not willing to take.
And it's not an easy matchup too for the Oceania, because there's so much mobility coming out of the Katarina, right? You know, she doesn't even necessarily need to commit. She can always just, like, if you decide to burn Shockwave, obviously there's that little cast animation, and she's able to hop out of that. So again, it's really not up to you. The onus isn't on you to get hit as the Katarina. So Oriana's got the ultimate now. Might become a little bit easier, but time will tell. Top lane getting a little bit volatile.
Top side, isn't it? I mean, it really is. Both of these guys having a bit of a battle out, looking to try and see who's willing to commit. At this stage, neither. Very much wanting to go for the forced reset, not concede their first death in this game. And another trade. Dragon for Herald.
Yep. And if I'm being completely honest, I thought the team with the Rakan, with the Wukong, with the Orianna, probably would have tried to fight that dragon, but I mean, with the way that the early game played out, the lead that the Katarina got, probably a little bit rough to fight that one now.
It's just fitting, isn't it, really? We saw
First turret,
TCO
though.
literally just run this play back against JPX. They're going to do it again, and I wonder what Game of Koala can do as a response, because the first turret goes down, and that's even before the charge goes off from Shelly. Now looking for that next headbutt towards the turret that is miles away, but based on positioning and summoning angles, they've actually got a reset, and GKO can get here.
What do they even get? They got a little charge. You have to say, maybe that's a little bit of a wasted Herald there, Skimmy, right? Might have been better just positioning that in the mid lane, getting 5 people there, or in the bot side, but not when you're doing it on a reset. They didn't have the resources nor the health bars to really contest that Rift Herald push. So it's a fair enough reset, but dropping it may be a little bit of a preemptive mistake.
Bit of a hard fall step, perhaps not as desirable as they would have hoped for. The Shumpo there, working overtime so far. Lornia looking to try and be a bit of a menace in this one, but now they found themselves that pick target on towards Fizz. He's already burnt the ultimate. He's not invulnerable. There's the Cyclone knocking up too. Pop seems to be the focus, but he's got the Indomitable Will. He takes literally 0 damage at this point, then jumps back in with a headbutt pole and looks to try and lay down the law. For the Shockwave to connect onto 2. Katarina zoned away, and that just means it's far too easy for Joker to execute on.
Yeah, I mean, they've just turned the flip. They've just flipped the script, rather. You know, what was probably a little bit of an overforce there from Lornia on the Katarina. He just burnt the Ignite, got chunked out, kited very well by Joker. And then on the back end, the Wukong, the ganker, picking up 4 kills. I mean, man's on a mission. Man, he's on a mission tonight, isn't he?
Certainly does not want to fall on down. They've been put in the hard yards. They've had some standout performances, both as a team and individually. And once again, I mean, Juice, you couldn't write the script. It's Ganker. He's got himself a 4-1 scoreline again.
That's what I mean. Yeah. He's 4. I feel like the last 3 games we've seen him play, he's been 4-1. Is that true or not?
I mean, I'd have to fact check, but I feel like that's all we ever see. That's his favorite number for sure.
Yeah, 4-1. But then, unfortunately for him, the games that we've seen, the 4-1 scorelines turned into a little bit of a shambles after. Not through a fault of his own, but the game kind of just collapses around him.
Well, that previous skirmish, if that was any indication as to how TCO are feeling so far, then bit of optimization. And they might be able to change things around. There's the Featherstorm, the recall back, and Blue's just gone. Rakan can't do much about that one. He had no flash, he had no chance to try and use the ultimate to even use that and run away. And Ganker is going to be hoping that nobody saw that, because the Cyclone hit absolutely nothing, but at least it baited out Alistair's ult too.
Yeah, Alistair had burnt ultimate, and Orianna had to burn flash in that instance to get away from the headbutt pulverize, so nice little cooldown being burnt there, and still maybe seeing a fight ensue. It doesn't look like the Chosen One want to give this one up too easily. They maybe want to try and defend this turret, but it is just very, very low. Resilience also doesn't have the health to contest, so it would be suicidal to try and contest that one. Dragon is in 26 seconds. Better off just to get the tempo, get the reset, control the river vision, and make them face check you.
Must be close to an item. He's just picked up the Gromp there, now going for the reset, hoping he can get back here in 15 seconds time. He's already got himself the Ghost Blade, so what is he looking to pick up? Otherwise, he's sitting in base, so maybe just a little bit extra CDR. Make sure that bullet time really does ring true. He's actually got the Boots of Lucidity as well, so really wants to be a menace, and is very quick to redeploy between the passive and Ghost Blade, isn't it? It's just unreal.
And they're there early, but who's caught here? Ganker is caught.
Oh,
uses the clone to get out.
His clone's actually soaked up everything. He's forced to flash away, now zoned away from the rest of the team. Actually baited them into a bit of a false hope. A Shockwave that doesn't really hit the mark they were hoping for. The bullet time to try and zone them away. And Lornia on the flank there with the Death Lotus, not even hitting anyone.
He's dead.
Cat is just gone. I don't know how that's all just gone so terribly wrong. A bit of a misfortunate series of events here as Blue decides to jump back in again. Why on earth? And Joker stuns. And GKO have won this time.
I can't believe that Alistair lived there on the back end. I mean, okay, does he live? No, he doesn't. But it's a trade kill. The Xayah is so strong now. She picked up so much gold off that. They're able to pick up the Ocean Dragon as well. And it was just kind of so many chaotic little 1v1s, little 2v2s ensuing. And there's a teleport.
They want this. Gank is back. They don't know he's here. They have no vision.
They do,
A
I
face
think.
check here by UT. This could be dangerous. He's not going to pop the clone just yet. He's looking for straight 1v1. He doesn't even get a chance to potentially steal that one away with a smite though. He's just come in. He might fall on down before the rest of the team even come to group up and take it. There's the killing spree. And there's the shutdown. UT is strong, and for good reason too. He hasn't even reset. And when he does go back, situations like that will become even more prevalent. But GKO said, look, why are you guys here? We're going to fight you, and we're going to force you to back as well.
That's the dangerous thing. I mean, that's the scary thing, I guess, for me. It's that Desire hasn't even based, and she was doing numbers like that. So again, I think he's just created his own death. He could have happily let them reset. Oh, never mind.
Charge them through, hits the vitals, now gets silenced. So it was an idea behind it, the method between the madness. Drunkard wanted a pick and successfully kept them interested.
Nice little pick up there. Nice little pick up. I feel like Drunkard's had some pretty good Fiora games. I mean, you know, at this point in the game, he's dead even with the Garen. So he just wants to get to a point where he's able to take over the side lane and really win the 1v1s. Obviously, he can teamfight too. Needs to be very good on that riposte. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But, I mean, this game is kind of... it feels like it's hanging on a knife edge, right?
Maybe not for much longer. You sing his praises, he falls on down. That is the power of Azaya that has now just gone to base and visited the shop, purchased some items, and is relinquishing the power at his disposal. Pop is just setting him up for so much success right now, making it far too easy. The Featherstorm is there. It's not even necessary to guarantee it. A charm goes out, but TCO can do not much but just spectate here.
I mean, the Katarina was so strong in the early game, but it feels like it really just bridged the gap for UT. All he needed was 1 or 2 items, needed a couple kills, and then he was going to take over the game. Shockwave might steal this though.
Oh, it's all just a little bit too early. The idea, Shockwave bullet time. They were kind of, you'd have to imagine banking on, you know, I swear, hitting that smite early and leaving it to chance, but it wasn't going to be the 50-50 flip. GKO have it. They've taken another turret. That's their third of the game. Now going to be working their way towards those tier 2s.
It wouldn't be the first Baron that we've seen stolen today by I guess, a weaker ability, right? The Fizzle alone stole that once tonight, so it was definitely worth the shout. But all of a sudden, Skimmy, you're down 6k gold, and you know you're about to lose another dragon, and it is not looking good for you because in terms of scaling, in terms of Desire, like just look at her items. You know she's got 10k gold, 11k now. She's richest on the Rift by far. Level 12, higher level than the solo laners. She's going to be just near impossible to shut down.
Yeah, and between Desire as well as that Garen, very hard for the likes of Drunkard or even Resilience to actually try and play the game with their sustain because they've got grievous wounds. Once again, Pop jumps in as Alistair just does not miss. 2-man knockups consistently serving people to the rest of his team to then take down and execute. Oh, but the bullet time will be enough. Monia jumps into the base to try and take out the Misfortune, but he says, I'm not strong enough. UT, bail me out.
So Misfortune's obviously a lot stronger than Xayah in the early game, but I mean, with that bridge completely just collapsed when Xayah picked up 2-3 kills in that skirmish in the early game. And I mean, now you're even seeing they get into a little 1v1 tussle and the Xayah doesn't even lose any health into the Misfortune, right? And it is a little bit of an overreach, probably a little bit too aggressive, trying to dive in between the turrets there. I mean, but they still come off better, right? Like, that's a 77 HP turret in the mid lane, the most volatile one of all. Garen's going full tank as well.
It's disaster. What was that?
The Garen's just opted in for full tank, so...
Yeah. Interesting to see the damage breakdown after this one. He's got a 1k lead over his direct lane opponent. Feels like if you build full tank, you're still able to put out the big numbers. The risk of playing these bruiser fighters. Speaking of, that is the focus right now. Nice little repose, cancels out the pulverize, but it's not enough because as a whole, GKO are just that much stronger. Up by 8, soon to be 9k. Shockwave onto 1, it's only onto the Godfather, the worst target of them all. The bullet time lasted a fraction, but it's no surprise seeing that man on your screen again in UT, now dominating.
I love it. I don't know, man.
I'll never get sick of seeing that. It's kind of comical.
Yeah, it is funny. It is funny. But I mean, the game is in that kind of state, right? I mean, that if you are the chosen one, I mean, that's how you're feeling. Like, you're just getting turret dive 14 minutes into the game. Nowhere's safe. You're losing dragons. You're losing turrets. You're losing everything. Everything on the Rift is not yours. Even your jungle camps.
Yeah. You're hoping that there is some way that they can get themselves back into this game. If you're optimistic, you're thinking, sure, maybe find somebody, pick them in a side lane. But GKO is standing strong together, working in pairs, laying down the vision, and knowing that one more reset, Baron available, 15 minutes in, it's time to end.
Yeah, it's time to just go to the Baron, pull the trigger, bring them there, start the fight. You're 11,000 gold up. It's a really safe bet. But you know what? They're doing I guess the safer option, right? They're going to go pick on the Fiora in the side lane. Maybe they don't feel comfortable starting the Nash. They just want to take down Drunkard instead. And I mean, he is going to fall. Or will he? Just walks that out, gets the move speed from the Fiora ultimate, uses the flash as well to disengage, so does a pretty good job to survive there, but they're just going straight down mid.
Yeah, well, they found it finally. You can flash away, but if you re-engage us, we will take you down second time. It is the try, it's the charm, and it's the worth. As they really are unstoppable. The announcer is saying it all for us, because just revel in the beauty of it all, spectate the madness that is GKO, sending a statement and saying we don't want this juice to be a free game affair. We want to wrap this up, clean 2-0, and guarantee our spot.
They've already taken the mid turret, so the bot one probably next on the agenda. I think maybe they may even end here if they manage to pick up a few kills.
Yeah, Joker's gone, comes at a stasis and has 4 members surrounding him. Very keen to take him down and to take that next turret down too. Supers well and truly are spawning. A nice wave prepped top if they did want to turn their attention there. But I mean, they have so many options available and this one might just be better.
This seems to be the most methodical of the games that we've had too, right? Usually it's one inhibitor falling and then one inhibitor turret and then it's game over. So the MF checking is not the play.
That is not the play. Unfortunately for him, no vision has paid the ultimate price of falling on down and being spotted out by the gank party. Surprise, surprise. They found themselves that pick. They found 2, actually. Resilience down for 35 seconds. And as you say, they could play this one very methodically of putting the final piece in the top lane and allowing the minions in mid and bot to do the rest.
And they're just diving. They're just too strong, Skimmy. It's not even close, is it? I mean, Katarina might fall down here, but never mind. Turret is...
Well,
the Nexus is
TP on the Nexus. That's pretty much their game.
Says it all.
The thumbs out, go out. Gamer Koala, with their first game on stream, send a message and convincingly take game number 1 in our final best of 3 on stream here tonight.
And it wasn't the quickest game that we've had all night, but I dare say it was one of the most decisive in the sense that, you know, they rotated from mid lane inhib turret to the bot side, then to top, taking all 3, diving when need be, diving a lot of the turrets, and then really, it never really looked like after that one fight, where I'm sure we'll get to the replays, where the Xayah picked up a couple of kills, it never really looked like they could come back from that.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly when you mentioned that, you know, Lornia was the bridge to start things off fantastically. A double kill so early on, well, it just really shut Joker out of that game playing the Orianna. But then from that point onwards, as soon as they popped their head into bot lane, UT picked up the pieces, and rightfully so. A perfect game, 7-0 and 9 is the KDA. Gets himself the MVP with the most gold in the game too.
And I'm sure we'll get a toggle to see what type of damage he's done in this game, because, you know, if I was a betting man, I would say that he's probably done the most. You know, again, Ganker, that famous 4-1 scoreline to 4-4. I mean, this kind of feels like again and again, it kind of just collapses around him. Unfortunate for him, but I really like the composition that the Gamer Koala team put together, right? You know, they had the Katarina in the mid lane, got that accelerated lead. Alistair obviously pulling the trigger when need be, and the Xayah and the Fizz were pretty much the stars of the show in that sense. You know, early into the game, the Fizz was able to trade kills early in the mid lane, get Katarina that lead, but then it was the Yudi show from there on after. Anywhere that he went, I mean, Ganka was the strongest member on the team, and Yudi was 1v1ing him off on side lane, so, you know, it's kind of how the game went, how the cookie crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just paints the picture of how much of a demolition it really was. And there you see two team members reaching the coveted 20k damage mark. It was Lornia just creeping in at the very last moment there. But all eyes still go towards UT. 27,000, nearly doubling what Resilience was able to put out there as the misfortune. But across the board, really putting in a strong showing where he just wasn't under much pressure.
Yeah, I think this actually might be the biggest number we've seen from an individual in terms of damage tonight's games, right? 27k? It would be close to the highest. I mean, that is such a significant amount. And I mean, that's a lot of confidence to take into next series, right? Because obviously it's a 1-0, best of 3, going to be at minimum one more game. And I mean, you've got to be comfortable, confident with how you played that one out.
Something to do. 27k, something you can definitely be proud of. And, you know, you start talking about the game and sort of where things are at. It's, what, 12:30 here in Australia. Maybe if you've got players playing elsewhere, New Zealand and the likes of it, you know, you're pushing that clock forward a little bit more. Right, you know, if you're in New Zealand at 2 o'clock in the morning right now, you're up on your phone playing some games, competing for the ultimate prize. It comes down to essentially these next 2 games for TCO. They've got to have themselves a nice cool-off period, about 5-10 minutes to start thinking, what is our next play? Because here's the replay, and it was anything but a crime.
And that kind of set the pace for the early game, right? Here was kind of the one little bit of success that they had back into the game, the Chosen Ones. I mean, it was really well executed team fight, really well executed dive, Ganka picking up majority of those kills. But then here, it just kind of felt, again, a little disjointed, different pages. This skirmish in particular was a little bit of a weird one, but this is where I think Yudi really became the threat that he was in that game. Lands a massive root, then he picks up a couple of assists. Maybe, I think he even picks up a couple of kills on the front end here. You know, Pop trades his life to get Zaya the kill as well. Drunkhead has a nice little solo kill moment, but then it's followed up by a bit of a caster curse where he falls down here. And this results in the Baron that goes across. And I mean, it just feels like when you lose your first Baron, it is a very, very tough ask to come back from, because the game's so snowbally, right? It's not like your traditional mobile games that we're used to playing. It's so snowbally. If you lose the Baron, you lose another objective. All of a sudden, you're down, what, 6, 7k, 8k, 9k, and it's just so hard to come back.
Yeah, and I think we're going to start to see more and more now from the best teams in the league here, at least Oceania, what they can do in the laning phase, because it's just so strong in terms of setting you guys up for success, right? Games have been done and completed within 10 minutes. Here's the face check. You hate to see it when your AD carry stands up strong like that. And you're thinking, why on earth are you there? But, you know, we've said so much about how dragons are the catalyst for really breaking open the game, but the Heralds also certainly found their success in causing headaches for oppositions to try and deal with in terms of how many towers they can find, but the macro hasn't really been as prevalent, right? We've not seen any crazy TP split pushes. It really has all been about straight 5v5. What's going to happen in this series, we're not too sure. What we do know is that GKO currently lead it, so let's go to break and find out game number 2.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
I've as long as I can remember. And you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could stay forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. Love, calm down. Take a little time to think about us. It's just not the same anymore, baby. I know we loved, we fought, and now we lost, but I'll never forget you. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could stay forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Well, here we go for what could be the final time tonight. It is Gamer Koala team as well as the Chosen One fighting out for the final spot here. It's currently 1-0 to Game Equality team, who had a very comfortable victory, you'd have to say there, Jews, with UT busting up the Zaya, crushing it with an 8k gold in and pumping out big damage with 27k across the board. We found that the results elsewhere have been confirmed. Everything's done for round 5. It's just this game left on stream. These two teams, the final finale of all finals, we're going to try and bring this night to an end. So we'll get to see where things can go from here, whether or not TCO can look to try and bring something back, if there's any more adaptations left in their back pocket that they can bring here in the draft, or from the night, Game Equality team are just a little bit too good.
Look, at the moment, if you just take first glance analysis of the first game, it just looks like they're a little bit too good, right? Too quick off the mark. I think they had one hiccup that game, you know, and if you take all of the games that we've seen tonight into account, one hiccup isn't too bad. So, I mean, in terms of how clean that game was, it was a good one. Maybe it's something for the Chosen One to focus on, maybe a different draft, maybe a different pick ban. And they're doing that already with the ban in the Katarina.
So they are, and they've also flipped sides as well, so the Chosen One will get themselves that first pick priority. We've seen this happen a lot, right, from TCO, that the first game goes out, they test their waters, they see what was strong, and they instantly flex their bans towards that. They've banned away the Katarina, as you say. They've also banned away the Alistair because Pop was phenomenal on that champion. And looking to try and lessen the impact that can be found in the bottom half of the map. They've not gone for the Zarya ban, they stuck true with their Kaiser. As for Game Equality team, they've clearly identified that Genki is the biggest threat, so make sure he's not playing the Lee Sin or the Pantheon.
Yeah, and they're going back to their tried and true Aurelia pick in the top lane, right? Obviously Fiora being that counter pick, so we'll see if they opt in for that one, but that's the matchup that we've traditionally seen all night.
Yep. Yet to see. A bit of a focus towards the Corki. It's been so strong all night long.
Yeah.
These guys clearly have a bit of an idea as to what they think is actually better. And no surprises that UT is going to lock that Zaya in as quickly as he can. It's not going to be the Alistair, but the Brom's not a bad response either.
No, the Brom's fine. I mean, they have a pretty good solid laning phase. Easy to proc those passive stacks when you have that attack speed steroid coming out of the Zaya. But when you blind pick Brom, it leaves the enchanters open, right? You're able to draft enchanters safely into the Brom. And so Lulu, for me, is just a very good pick up here for the Chosen One.
Certainly is, and they're going to combine it once again with that Wukong. Will we get ourselves the phenomenal storyline once again? Ganker, 4-1, his favorite KDA. Will it equate to anything? Will it go up? Will it go down? We're not too sure, because what we do know is that Game Equality team are stacking a fair bit of AP damage now in the form of an Evelyn as well as a Gragas.
Yeah, which means, are they going to have that AD threat in the mid lane? Like, are we going to see the Lucian? Maybe that's what they need to pick just to diversify their damage spread. Have to wait and see. Maybe the Corki is an option because there is a little bit of a conversion of 80% of your ADs converted to AP, but there's still that 20%. Gives you a little bit of hybrid damage. And the Kennen picked up. And Ashe is something that we wanted to see. Zed would be fantastic.
Zed would be phenomenal, wouldn't it? I mean, look at the champions that it's going to go into. You can make an argument that maybe, Whimsy with the Polymorph and then the knock-up afterwards of the Wild Growth could look to try and make his life a little bit difficult. But you got two big assassins, a mid-jungle looking to really get up in your face and send a statement that, look, we beat you in, 14 minutes before? We want to speedrun it. We want to end this night, get the 2-0, clock off, and get ready for next week.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Zed for me is going to be one of those interesting ones because there's no doubt in my mind that you need to have mechanics to play that champion, right? To absolutely micro-max that to a T. And especially with, you have to consider, there's a Lulu polymorph that will be coming his way, a Lulu ultimate that he's going to have to deal with, even a Kennen ultimate. So there's just so much that he's going to have to maneuver and I guess figure his way around that it isn't going to be an easy task. It isn't going to be easy to play, especially if he doesn't accelerate in the early game. So we'll have to see, how he plays this one.
Yeah, definitely looking towards the mid-jungle once again to be a deciding factor here. Will the Zed and Evelyn be enough of a nuisance to cause, that strong early game that we've seen teams achieve result in the overall victory? Or will we see a case where the likes of a Kennen and Aurelia, that's enough of a wombo combo to get into the thick of things, look to try and dismantle you? If the burst is not there, well, they've certainly got the sustained damage to follow things up with. And that could be a point of a turnaround. What's worth noting, though, is they can't afford to have a similar situation where they're down, 15k as a whole. First 5 minutes are going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, it'll be tough to come back from that one, Skimmy. I'll tell you that much. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how good you are. It's a tough ask. It's a big hill to climb.
Now, we do actually have a bit of a flip here. We've got Joker in the mid lane electing to play the mid Aurelia. So Drunkard has been taken off those duties, been swapped to playing the cannon. They'll be looking to try and keep this Gragas at bay. We've seen a Gragas already. We saw an Aftershock variation. We've now actually got back-to-back games as the Grasp instead. So seemingly not too deterred by the range matchup. Very much keen to jump in and farm up some HP.
This is the thing that I like the Chosen one though, what they do. They actually flex their players, not their champions, right? I mean, I guess you know, in an indirect way, their champions are flexed, but Joker decides, you know, what the matchup he wants, he'll go and play, and vice versa with the Drunkard. So I think that's a very good strategy from them, and hopefully it plays off this game for them.
Hopefully. I'd love to see where Genka does decide to go to. Does he look to try and unlock Drunkard and get him as strong as possible? Does he look to try and put a tab on UT nice and early? We saw how strong they were. You know what they can achieve. But also, we know that crabs are very important. Here comes Genka looking for it. Drunkard locked in lane right now. Can't actually back him up, but it doesn't seem to matter because they've already had to lose that crab on that occasion. And they lost on 2 different occasions here because he zoned away. And oh, Blue nearly fell on down, but a Summoner Hill was just clutch enough.
Oh, okay. Thought maybe he has some outplay potential on that dive, but there's just so much agency being found across the map for Game Koala team. I mean, they've really just come out of this game guns blazing in terms of just laning 2v2, even finding the angles to really move. It's just been a really good start to the game, and maybe even another kill. Joker might fall down here.
Oh, the charm into the death mark. It's just absolutely incredible. That is the Assassin duo putting on an absolute clinic. A performance that you'd love to see from them. They hit the coveted level 5, the ultimates are there, and you just know exactly what's coming towards you.
I mean, this game's kind of exploded, Skimmy, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but I wasn't really expecting this start. Most of the games that we've had have been kind of slow starters, right? Waiting to get those ultimates, waiting to fight around those first objectives, but they've just, you know, decided, no, not waiting for that one. Let's just throw hands immediately.
I mean, we said the first 5 minutes would be so crucial.
Yeah.
It's barely that, and Game of Koala said, look, we're going to outplay him in the lane. We're going to get ourselves instantly 2 kills, and 2.5, or 2k gold lead, I should say. It's enough towards nearly a full item. And with the Dragon and the Herald only 45 seconds away, it may just get worse.
And in some games, Skimmy, like, you know, you're 2 kills down in the early game, not a big deal. It happens. You know, what can we focus on? What can we do next? But it's actually like 1.5, 1.6, almost 2k gold lead, which at 30 minutes, that's a substantial amount, because that's, you know, that's half a component to an item. That's a component to an item. So you don't want to be in this position, particularly when you think about how well the Evelyn scales. And look at her items already, right? Like, the place that Evelyn is in is just fantastic, and she's only going to get stronger. She isn't a champion that's going to fall off.
So
he cancel his base again?
Yeah.
Oh, he went in.
Really looking to keep Godfather locked in place. He's jumped on through, hasn't committed the ultimate, neither have actually at this stage, but it is going to be enough to try and cause headaches here, where they won't have a TP, so they can't group up, so we're going to have ourselves a fight here for that Dragon. The bot laner TCO can do nothing but hit a hook shot and watch it fall on down, and Genka, he needs help because that Herald is so tanky to take down solo.
And now it is just a straight 2k gold lead, right?
Oh no. They just lose this one. Oh, explosive cast goes out, but that point
and
they've already disengaged. And that's just the worst case scenario. You've lost Dragon, you've lost Herald, you're already down 2k, you needed that to get back in, and now they're going to get dived, and there's the Maelstrom, but Drunkard just can't do enough with that. Not enough AP, not enough damage. The Featherstorm, the Recall, the Tara, and the Herald Summon. Oh, this could be a very quick game.
I mean, that's 4k, and it's about 5k, and it's about to hit another few turret plates. So, oh, they stop it? Did they stop the charge?
I think the stun has just gone out, and maybe enough time for them to hit it. I don't
think anyone got the gold anyway.
No, it survived.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Okay, the Ash arrow.
Oh, that's a nice arrow. Fantastic arrow. Joker with the Vanguard's edge. Marks out 3. Not going to follow that though with the Blade Surge. Decides might be a little bit risky. Waiting for the rest of his team to follow things, but that's a pick. That's their first kill in this game, TCO. they'll have to be happy with that.
It's a pick, and it's good to get, you know, someone onto the board. Importantly, the kill goes over to the Aurelia, so she's going to be a lot stronger in the next skirmish that I guess you participate in. But again, it's still not optimal, right? Like, you want to be able to get a kill, swing that into an objective. A kill alone doesn't really mean much. It just gets you a little bit of tempo back into the game. So again, Lornia though, looking for a pick, and they actually just might find it.
Yeah, he's being dangerous right now, straight away on towards blue, but then turns his attention instead onto the Ashe, a much more exciting target, and well, the explosive cask actually helped him disengage away. Ludu giving him the ultimate just in case he needed it, but it wasn't. But GKO, despite not finding the kills, enough of an influence and presence on the map to say those turrets, they all belong to us.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, right? And I'm glad you touched on it, is that they didn't get the kill, but they got the turret, right? And, you know, you're seeing the opposite for the Chosen One. And obviously the turret is worth more than the kill. But, I mean, they also got the summoner spells off the Ashe, off the Lulu, the two most immobile champions in the game, going up against double Assassin, Evelynn, and Zed. So it's going to be so hard for them to survive.
We do have their work cut out for them. Those polymorphs need to be exceptional. I swear. Waiting in the wings. Waiting for TCO to overstep here. It's that duo that were in trouble just a second before, looking to try and put up a defense here for this mid-tier 1. It's going to fall on down relatively soon because the plates are crumbling, and GKO are not hitting those side lanes. They're grouped up and waiting to take this one down.
So it's going to be a bit of a lull in action until there's something worth fighting over, right? A little bit of an ARAM in the mid lane. You assume no one's going to get caught by an Ashro, or not much is going to happen. Next dragon is going to be the Infernal, so that is going to be a hotly contested one, right? They're not going to give that one away for free. Looks like they're trying to make a pick before that one spawns, but this is just really good use of tempo from Gamer Koala team. They got a reset early, so 22, 23 seconds before that dragon spawns, they're on the map. On the other hand, you see the resets coming out from the Lulu and the Ashe. You know, it's 15 seconds before dragon spawns. And yes, they'll get there in time, but I mean, you have to then go through the vision, or the lack of, and risk yourself getting picked.
And how do they face check, given how strong Gamer Koala are, right? It's going to be very tough for them to try and retake this dragon. Gamer Koala with some phenomenal map understanding to set up the siege and realize it's not going anywhere. Let's get the early reset. They're the first ones now to redeploy onto the map. And groups up. TCO are hunting. They've chucked out the arrow. It's not going to connect. They're looking for Lornia, who's still flirting with danger. There's the polymorph onto I Swear, who can't hit the last crit to try and disengage away from. The death mark will come out. The glacial vision knocks out multiple members for that Vanguard's edge. It's an absolute playground here for the Aurelia. Blade Surge resets like you would not believe. Should be the easiest chance to pop off, but UT. If we know anything about this guy, it's UT. It's just a little bit too good on the Zaya. Sitting on a triple kill, hunting for the quadra kill, flashing forward to secure it, with a few more feathers to take back. Unable to find it, but showing how proficient UT is on this champion.
Do you want optimism, or do you want, what do you want from me?
I want realistic pain, is what we're seeing here. That's what I want from you.
So Evelynn at that point, before that team fight happened, was maybe the strongest member in the game. She falls down instantly, doesn't get to do any damage, doesn't get to use the ultimate, and you are still trading even. This is the best case scenario for TCO. They're going to be hard pressed to find a better fight than this, right? But then UT on the back end and as well as the Godfather is able to just and I might hold the thought, but they're able to just kind of bring that one back from the brink and trade even.
Oh, big knock up there as TCO jumping, trying to steal this one, but Zed has already got the kill. Able to secure the dragon. That's an extra 6% damage now with the Infernal in their possession. Looking for Drunkard. Zed, as you say, GG, because he's got himself a double. Hunting for more, looking for the ace. And they'll find it as they take out the cannon, and there's another surrender vote. It's just not been TCO's night here.
No, TCO kind of, they've started what they started the night well, but Gamer Koala team have really just, I mean, they've made their entrance, right? This is their first game on stream, on broadcast, and we didn't know much about them, but I mean, I'm very excited about UT. I'm very excited about Lornia. You know, they have some very solid team fights, some very big pop-ups, and if there's anything that they scream to me when they play the game, it's that mechanically they're very proficient. Also, nice logo too.
Yeah, the logo certainly helps. But they've announced themselves. They have made the statement of all statements. Game 1, a message was met. 15k lead, you're not winning this one. They're coming to this one, and straight away they've already made it close to a 10k lead again. Now, Godfather in trouble. Is the tank Gragas. Does have the protection of a Brom there for mitigation, and just a few more stats. Not going to be required, because just seeing an extra member there forces TCO to back away.
Tank Gragas not so tanky when it comes to the Aurelia, unfortunately. And that's a big win there, right? Wukong has to burn ultimate to disengage the Evelyn, and he's dead anyway. I was going to say, at least he survived, but in fact did not. And this looks like the Baron that's going to go over. I mean, UT is just going to melt this. Obviously, Evelyn with the charm as well is going to do so much damage to this Baron, and goes down too quickly. I mean, they're not even going to get in range to contest. If they get there though, the Kennen can do work.
Members are low, members are low. Drunkard, look at him. Maelstrom right now. Oh, he's just gone. He didn't even get a chance. I don't even know if he had a Zonius, but if he did, that could have been the cleanup and the denial of all those Baron buffs. That could have been absolutely huge.
So they get the Baron, but they're also down 9k. So what can they pull back from this Baron? Did Kennen have Zonias? Kennen did not have the Zonias, so obviously couldn't use that one there. But I mean, obviously, as the Kennen, you've got to be so super happy the fact that you're able to pick up the Nash here. I mean, this year, my eyes light up. I think maybe this is a triple kill, quadra kill, or something like that. But he isn't able to get the Evelyn. He's not able to get anyone. And honestly, while the Baron gets picked up, that is just sad to see.
I mean, it is really, and you know, actually, I missed that at the first occasion. I'm far too preoccupied there. Yeah, I'm far too preoccupied looking for that massive Maelstrom to take out multiple. He just snagged that one away. Our second steal of the night. Big difference in the gold, but hasn't really made a difference, has it, tonight? We've seen Fizz ultimate steals, now a Kennen, and despite it being down 9k gold, still got the confidence to make the play, and that alone is commendable.
Look, it's swung the gold back ever so slightly, but nice curve on the arrow there.
Ooh, a bit of a drift on that one. A little bit clean right there. Vanguard's Edge once again thrown out. Tags up too, but with a tier 1 still standing strong, TCO can't do much about this one. In comes the death mark. The clones are there. The shadow damage of his Zed just a little bit too much for them to deal with right now. Unprotected. The Zed just removes the bot lane of TCO once more. He's got himself a triple. He wants the quad. Is he going to find it? Because he's ready for the GA. He's going to not secure it, but his team as a whole will get another ace.
If they had the Baron, maybe they try and push for the end here, but they do not, and the Death Farmers are a little bit too short, so they'll pick up the T2 turret. And honestly, that Baron probably gave the Chosen One a little bit of false confidence, right? They were like, yeah, we can walk out, we can play, we can look for picks. And they walked a little bit too far up their lane, and they got picked off there on the back end.
Did. And despite their crippling health bars, they've just decided we're going to run this one straight through to top lane, take 2 turrets, start spawning supers, and really look to state what is already pretty much inevitable, that this game will be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, Dragon is alive, so maybe if TCO get there early, they're able to pick this one up, or at least get Kennen in a good position to find the flank, because if they play this game out just in terms of a pure 5v5, I do not think they're going to win. And Zed's just gone in. Lulu ult's been burnt. That's a very good trade, because Lulu ult is burnt onto the Kennen. Kennen is not the key priority in this composition. He's just too far behind at the moment.
Yeah, 2 ultimates traded though, so Death Mark won't be there. So Lornia's just looking for pure damage. To say the least right now, fight breaks out mid and in the jungle, down by the top side of the river too, and it's going to be a 1v1 breaking out here by Resilience and the Godfather. It's going to be Nash who's getting run down by a tank Gragas and can't do much about it because he has no Nulu, no protection. The tank Gragas comes up clutch on a rampage with a triple kill, back-to-back aces, and forget about taking any more turrets. Run straight back to all the good work he did before. Shoot, he is so low. Come back here, end the game, guarantee that you've qualified for the top 8.
I mean, that must feel so good. The clock almost strikes 1 AM if you're from Australia, that is, and they're able to really just solidify and pick themselves up a clean 2-0, and more importantly, brings them through to the next phase.
Congratulations to Game Equality team, the final team to lock themselves in. Started with 16 teams, now down to 8, and they are a part of that elite pack. Let's bring up those match stats then and see how this game fared in comparison to game number 1. We can see the KDAs once again. Pretty convincing performance there from UT. Still yet to fall on down. Flawless performance for him, but all the credits this time went to Lornia as the Z.
Yeah, Lornia on the Z. I mean, I'll be honest with you, a little bit skeptical of the pick, right? In the sense that very hard to execute, need to be able to play around it. You know, especially into the Aurelia lane is going to be pretty volatile, but he made it work, and honestly, bit of a menace. He made the life of the Ashe and the Lulu just near impossible, and across the board, it was just a really solid performance. Pop, I think, a player that we probably haven't put the spotlight on too much, because obviously, you know, the role he's in, it's not the flashy one, I guess. But I mean, 2, 1, and 19. Nearly 100% kill participation, and I dare say the game before, he had a similar kill participation. So kind of like the silent achiever, he's done his job, and I think over the course of the series, he's just been a fantastic performer for the team.
He's been a big performer in this team, so much so that he received the respect ban on that Alistair. And if you talk about the kill participation, then you just talk about the influence that he has as a whole. Shut down so much of what the Chosen Ones were, you know, throwing at them, protecting them with the door, giving them mitigation with the extra resistance, and just shutting them down with his stun passive too. So a solid performance from Game Equala as a whole. Those are their stats. In a second, we'll be able to jump over and see the damage breakdown as well, because I dare say that would have been up there. What was the number to beat? 27k. Not going to be the case here because the game finished a little bit quicker this time around. Subtract 10k and UT still ends up where he was.
Yeah, top of the leaderboard. UT and Lornia really just they're really vying for who the real carry of this team is, right? It's not an easy question to answer at the moment because everyone contributes so well, but they're both 17k. UT does just that little bit more, but I mean, again, really enabled by Pop, really enabled by the Evelyn, and Godfather at the back end picking up the triple kill. I mean, what can you say about the tank man, the fat man?
Yeah, the big fat man getting it done right. Absolute hero on the champion, where you're not building for damage, but you're still getting the damage done to compete. And to a degree where you're out damaging an Evelyn, you're looking to pretty much out damage everybody on your opposition as well, bar the Aurelia, which you would expect to be in a comfortable position 1v1. But, well, I mean, that does it for the series. That does it for the night, actually. As Game Equala will take the clean 2-0, and we'll get to see some of the replays in just a second, some of the key moments in that game, because there were plenty of them, and really across the series as a whole. And I start to wonder, Juves, I mean, we've seen a lot of talent tonight. You know, GKO were certainly a strong team to talk about, but it's not without us seeing the likes of, you know, Japan X Fan Club and you know, we're yet to see Hitui Gaming. That's what I'm really keen on, because they're another strong opponent up there on the table. Here's this game. Here's the Kennen, which really could have been the hero. Stole away a Baron, but not much he can do when he's getting died 1v4.
I mean, 4 minutes into the game, they're making tail dives like that. 8 minutes in, this is where you think maybe it looks good. Maybe they can turn this one around, but on the back end, in this team fight, you see so many blue health members alive, and you start to think they're going to turn that one. But we didn't consider UT's feathers. I mean, the man is absolutely unreal on this champion. Arguably the best Xayah that we have in the competition at the moment. I mean, that's all we've seen. At least, obviously, a lot of games happened offline, or off stream rather. But I mean, just look at his auto spacing, his positioning in these team fights. Does not miss a step, does not miss an auto.
Yeah, and now you're looking at a few key individuals that have some strong picks up their sleeve and need to be addressed, need to be looked at. As this was the Baron steal where you fought Azonia's, and that could have been a Baron and some. Ultimately, he had to settle with that one, and whilst it did potentially slow down the game for a second, the subsequent fight afterwards, TCO down by 10k, maybe feeling like they could have taken the fight still.
Yeah, Baron is that kind of false sense of security, right? In the sense that you know, okay, this is the window where we need to bring back a lot of the gold, and unfortunately, just consolidated their fate, which was was death, and this is the match-winning play here. UT, I mean, honorable mentions to TCO, right? They're down a substantial amount of gold, and they still nearly take down a couple members, but obviously player of the match.
No surprise.
UT, yeah. I mean, look at the KDA on the Xayah. I mean, Xayah in both games for sure, but I mean, 15 KDA, 22k damage, 66% kill participation. Not the highest, but you have to consider Xayah the type of champion that doesn't get involved straight away, right? Like, she's not the champ that you really want to play around. You're happy to just leave her to her own devices, get the 1 to 2 items, and then fight the neutral objectives. And that's exactly how we saw them play this game out.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much a case of, you know, get an item under my belt, find that point of strength to contest over, and then just let the feathers roll. And that's exactly what we saw, right? Didn't miss a beat when it came to claiming those dragons, going for the heralds, and ultimately, sure, one Baron still on the way, but enough damage had already been done by that point for him to accrue 22k damage between both game 1 and 2 on the Xayah. Definitely an AD carry to keep your eyes on here, and it does give us a bit of a rounded out picture now of talking about strong junglers, strong mid laners, and now a very strong bot laner. So we've certainly got ourselves some key matchups to look at going on into this tournament. But that will bring us to a close here in round number 5, so congratulations to UT. I do believe we now have our standings, so we can show you the full picture. What are the 8 teams that have qualified tonight? Who are they? And what will they all be playing for? Because it's Team Don't Feed, Japan, X-Fan Club, Kraken Esports Club have snuck themselves in there with Wealth by God as well, claiming a 3-1. Game of Quality team, as you saw there, with the 3-2 decisively. Hitui Gaming up there with the perfect records. No Honor also off stream with the 3-2. And Jacuzzi Dogs that started off the night, they claim the 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, when you really take stock of the teams that have actually qualified for the top 8, you know, from what we heard, the whispers that we heard, and the teams that I guess were highlighted, it's no real surprise. I mean, maybe some hiccups in the road, right? Kraken Esports first game against who was their first game against? Refresh my memory.
I mean, Kraken Esports game 1 up against Jacuzzi. Yeah, it was a banger.
Banger, yeah. It was a clean one from Jacuzzi Dogs. So, you know, all these teams kind of have a chance at redemption. You know, they kind of all beaten each other, lost to each other, barring the teams that were 3-0. But it leaves for a good storyline come top 8.
Certainly does, and top 8 is what these guys are playing for, right? To keep that dream alive of qualifying to play internationally. That's going to be taking place next week. But soak it in, enjoy it, because these are what the standings look like now, and it's all going to be consolidated into one clean stack. Unfortunately for the rest of those teams, it's all done from this point onwards. So, with that being said, it's time for us to sign off because it's been a long show here, Jews. We kicked it off live here at 6 p.m. It's now 1 a.m. local time for us here. It's going to be another banger that's going to start off this time next week. That's the 19th of August, 5:45 p.m. AEST on this channel here, twitch.tv/ESL_lull. And Jews, I mean, any closing words there? Because, I mean, there's definitely some highlight moments. I mean, if we look back at some of the greatest plays, you know, you start at the top of the show, Jacuzzi Dogs, quads and triples between their strong jungle top lane. No Honor. Also, we saw moments from him popping off as the Graves. Team Don't Feed. Vamos as that Corky extraordinaire. There's a lot to go through, mate, but is there a moment that stings out for you?
There's a lot to break down. You know, the thing that sticks out to me is just that obviously the meta is really focused around those dragon fights. Picking those wombo combos, having the scaling if you can with the Corky. There's a few picks that are priority. A few teams I think that fared very well today because they've actually figured out what's important in the meta, what's strong. And I think that we'll see kind of a revamp, a restructure, and some changes in the draft come top 8 next week. So I'm excited to see that. And yeah, thanks for tuning in and thanks for getting on board with these games. And the quality that we've seen so far has been fantastic. So we're excited to come back next week and give it another go.
Absolutely. We're stoked to be here and certainly had some games that were able to keep us excited and keep you guys hopefully excited as well as to what the Oceania region can offer in the Wild Rift scene. As for us, that's going to do it. As I mentioned before, the top 8 is locked in. They're going to be playing this time next week, Thursday, 6 p.m. If you want any updates and any further info, be sure to go on Twitter and follow at ESL Mobile. But for now, good night.
came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. I won't hesitate. I will never fall behind. Spare me the details. I got big things on my mind. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. There's no more time or space for mundanities, but I can't turn away. It's my name they're calling out. I didn't come here for the cloud. I came to scream, I came to shout. I'm not dead yet.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy, why did you leave me me here with my thoughts alone. I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken, did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy, why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt, pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. What I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, I give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance